All right, good morning, everybody. We're going to call to order this meeting. Stand for the Pledge of Allegiance. And before the pledge, I'm going to say a quick prayer. We have some things to pray about this morning. We're missing a couple members of this panel. Commissioner Pash is not feeling good still, and Anthony Pope is camping. So let's bow in a prayer, a quick prayer, and then we'll do the Pledge of Allegiance. Heavenly Father, we thank you for this opportunity to come to this meeting for Curry County and talk about the workings of how we're going to do stuff. And so I pray for your guidance and direction and wisdom. I pray that we'd all get along, that we'd be quick to hear, slow to speak, and slow to anger. We do lift up Commissioner Pash, who is recovering from an illness, and pray for quick healing there. I pray for the family of the gentleman that drowned in the Rogue River last week, and his family is definitely hurting, Heavenly Father. So we pray for that family with that loss. Pray for Anthony Pope as he is camping up in the wilderness and the Cascades. Just bring him back safely. May we conduct business in a way today that will be pleasing in your eyes. In Jesus' name I pray. Amen. All right, I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. All righty, folks, we got a full agenda today, so we're going to jump right in, and I'll ask for approval of the agenda.
Mr. Chair, if I may, first of all, on the prayers, I've known you for 45 years. This will just take a moment.
Okay.
And your faith in who Jesus Christ is, we share that faith. He's our King, our hero, our Savior, our Lord, our friend. But we're creating a little controversy, and so I'm going to ask you to consider, I love your prayers, but I don't know if it's a battle we want to choose to move forward in the future. We might want to just ask Council Pope to double check and see to what extent we are legal and not. And please don't take that as any kind of criticism whatsoever.
No, none taken.
But I think we'd be wise to do that. And I am here for some constituents, and I give them my personal opinion. However, it's something we might need to take a detailed look at. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
You betcha. Point taken.
Thank you. And then on amendments, yes, we have one member in the audience came here for in particular came for the Oregon Water Resources presentation. We have a lot of public hearings today, but I think we've got them pretty well scheduled.
Yeah.
And I think there's a slot to move the Southwest Regional Manager to 10:30.
Okay.
And so that'll give us a public hearing at 9:45. Which is the one that Council Pope will be running by telephone. Welcome, Council Pope. Then we have a public hearing at 10:15. This one would be at the Water Resource 10:30, and then the Curry County zoning ordinance at 11 o'clock. So I think that'll work today. I got my fingers crossed,
all right,
Mr. Chair.
We'll get her.
Yeah.
So
our sleeves are rolled up, huh?
I'll ask for help with all the timing of everything, because I know we got a 9:30. We want to stick to that one.
And the 9:30, excuse me, that's the other one, yes.
Yeah, so there's a 9:30, a 10:15, a 10:30, and 11 that we really want to be, and we got to get a break in there for...
and these match our break.
Yeah, okay, yeah. Good.
And then the other one I have, Council Pope at some point, I can't remember who's on the safety committee, so I want to be advised of that. So you can send that at your convenience or have staff do that. And then...
on the consent?
Yes, excuse me, on the consent, Mr. Chair. The only other thing I had, we have item 6D. I've been working on that. This was on the agenda from Treasurer Barnes, but in the agenda routing clip, it just has his name personally, so I'm not sure. I'm trying to interpret it as a respectful challenge. But it looks a little demanding. So, and then I found out yesterday from one of the Brookings City Council members that the deadline for commenting on the turnkey project in Brookings is Friday. So I'll have something to present to the board when that time comes.
Okay.
And the other one is items, Mr. Chair, 6G through 6K. Roadmaster Christensen, I think we could just do that I'm not recommending one vote. We might consider that, but I think he could just come up and do all those at the same time.
Yeah.
Might be better workable. And I think that's all I have.
Well, actually, F, he can come up from F through K and just stay up there. So, okay, so I'll look for a motion to approve the agenda as amended.
I so move, Mr. Chair.
I'll second that. All in favor say yes.
Yes.
I say yes, so the motion carries 2-0. So next up is public comments, 3 minutes per person. We only have 2 comments, so Mary Rowe, you're up first, please.
Again, I am hoping for a speedy recovery for Commissioner Pash. Many people need him, as do we. Recently, our county clerk, Renee Colin, let our citizens know in the press that she will be retiring early at the end of this year. Renee has been our county clerk for about 30 years, and I have been privileged to know her for about half of those years. Renee is our only woman county elected in this all-male setting, and that is, in my opinion, an important fact because of the life experiences and perspective that are so often brought to the workplace by women and the balance that provides. I learned many years ago that not all county clerks are committed to inclusiveness, to making a sufficient effort to assure that all citizens who want to vote are able to do so, even though it is an important requirement of their elected position. But Renee has promised to me over and over by her actions, or has shown me over and over by her actions, that she is absolutely committed to serving all of our citizens. She has gone to great lengths to explain how people experiencing homelessness can vote without an address and to supply replacement ballots, assist citizens for her entire lunch hour when asked, assist citizens with tedious, time-consuming tasks, to help citizens who weren't wearing masks when masks were required, and to always do so respectfully, politely, and cheerfully. I have witnessed all of these behaviors. Renee is a true public servant. Renee has also been devoted to the equal treatment of disabled citizens in accordance with the Americans with Disabilities Act. She has used the awareness that she developed during the extensive ADA training given to county clerks many years ago, as well as her corresponding commitment to equality. When my ADA rights were violated by a commissioner, and I responded by asking for ADA training for county electeds and staff, Renee voiced her support of my request. And Renee helped watch over that effort to get 2 trainings for county electeds and staff within 2 years. Last February 2nd, when I explained that our county government is not in compliance with the Americans with Disabilities Act because we do not have an ADA coordinator nor an ADA transitional plan, Renee supported our taking care of that. Renee Colin has been dedicated to the inclusion of all of our citizens. Thank you, Renee, for your service and leadership.
Thank you, Mary. I agree with that wholeheartedly. Gordon Clay's next.
Thank you.
Hi, Dan.
Good morning.
Good morning.
For the record, my name is Gordon Clay from Brookings, Oregon. It is estimated by the CDC that over 1.2 million Americans attempted suicide in 2020. 1,154,000 became temporarily survivors. Of those, an estimated 10%, or 154,000, will die by suicide in their lifetime. Curry County's support for the proclamation that will help remind Curry citizens of the importance to know the signs, and when they see a friend or family member exhibiting one of them, ask, "Are you okay?" And it's okay to say you're not okay. That conversation could change a life. Research shows that 95% of adults who would do something if someone close to them was thinking of suicide. if they only knew what to say or do. I became affiliated in July 2016 with the International Are You OK campaign originating out of Australia. I developed Price's wallet cards, which can be found at 102 locations in Curry County, a list of which can be found on zeroattempts.org/curry.html. This brochure was produced by the Suicide Awareness and Prevention Council of Curry County and explains the warning signs and what to do and what to say when you see a friend who is displaying some of those warning signs. Pick one up to keep at home and post one on your company's bulletin board. This year I'm promoting a 9-page toolkit called Mental Health Handbook for Small Business Owners. Its well-tested program is designed to create a workspace where employees will feel strong, supported, and connected by strengthening peer-to-peer support and look out for one another by having regular, meaningful conversations. Any business owner who would like a copy, please email me at zeroattempts@aol.com. Let's make living in Curry County more supportive and safer for everyone. On a personal level, consider making a list of the people who are or have been important in your life and reach out to check in, see how they are doing, and talk about how much they have meant to you. It's all about keeping people connected and noting when someone begins to isolate. That conversation could save a life. And when you exhibit any of the warning signs, reach out to a peer or a friend or a professional counselor. Know that your friends' lives are better with you here.
Thank you, Gordon.
Gordon, I think you're okay.
Thanks.
You bet.
Thank you.
All right, Court. Curry County, Curry update.
Can we have a quick moment of silence for the police officers, law enforcement officers, and first responders that we've lost in the line of duty? Thank you, Mr. Chair. Nationally, thank you again. So some citizens would remind me or suggest that this next issue is not something that county commissioners should be concerned with, or it's not a county matter, but it is a national and international matter, and Curry County is not isolated from any of this. And so in listening to different constituents, it's been a pleasure to hear their concerns. My wife is very much aware of this issue. Human trafficking is becoming more and more prevalent in the United States of America, and it's not just little girls, it's children. And so this is going to take 5 minutes, Mr. Chair, and I really appreciate that you allowed this extra time. Human trafficking is one of the greatest evils in the world.
Look who's the boss. Being a boss?
I got to fast forward here. Maybe I won't be able to.
Tim Tebow. Human trafficking is one of the greatest evils in the world. The Tebow Foundation is building a protection center in Thailand. Former quarterback Tim Tebow reiterated his call to help human trafficking victims while appearing on a Sunday night in America. Tebow, who celebrated his 35th birthday, encouraged viewers watching to help his foundation combat
Actually,
one of the greatest evils in the
it's
world.
all about efficiency. We can automate that.
Unfortunately, false advertisements on this.
Minor hiccups. But that's why
We were pretty close to having that right on.
It covers everything, and it's all in one place.
You got the mouse?
So I can make decisions way faster. Go to netsuite.com for a free product.
Welcome back to Sunday Night in America. Tim Tebow turns 35 years.
Here you had it.
This was the one?
Yep.
Okay, perfect.
You can turn it up though.
Today, but he doesn't want any gifts. He doesn't want to trip to some exotic place or even a party. He just wants your help to eradicate one of the greatest evils in the world.
Volume.
Human trafficking.
Perfect.
Tim Tebow is
Thank
focused
you,
on
Jerome.
building a protection center in Thailand, a place to protect young people who have been victimized. Tim envisions a home that provides security while these victims wait for the perpetrators to stand trial. And if you know Tim Tebow, he isn't going to give up until he's built this protection center. The good news is he's halfway there. Thanks to your generosity and his, he's on the 50-yard line. But the need is urgent, and the cause is just. And the victims need help today. Joining us now is former NFL quarterback, one of the best college football players of all time, the founder of the Tim Tebow Foundation, and an all-around good guy. Tim Tebow, happy birthday. The last time you and I were together, we were talking about Ukraine and finding a way to get children and adults with special needs to safety. There's so many needs in the world, Tim, and you found another one that is so justified and necessary. Tell us about it.
Well, first of all, I want to say thank you because after we had that conversation, so many of your listeners and supporters stepped into that need and that fight with us, and we got so many donations the next day and even the next few hours, and that was so kind of your supporters, and so I appreciate you having that conversation with me, and I appreciate you having this conversation with me to talk about one of the greatest evils in the world today. And honestly, I really believe that 4.3 million people right now estimated are trapped in this horrible evil of human trafficking, and so many more are actually being exploited online, and that number is going up every single day. And it was about a decade ago, and I got a call from my dad who at an underground pastors conference in a remote country, and because they were faith isn't allowed, and where he was teaching these pastors, there were 4 girls getting auctioned off. And one of the reasons why my dad is such a hero of mine is because my dad's not someone that could ever turn away, and these girls were getting auctioned off, and he couldn't help but purchasing these girls' freedom. And he did it, and he called me and he told me what just happened. And I knew that God had opened my eyes to a new calling that day. And ever since, we've been getting more and more into this fight. And what we really need is an army, because there is an army of bad people doing terrible things. And so we need an army of good people standing up against them, because there are so many precious lives on the line. And in this project that we're working on building in Thailand right now, it is for precious girls who have been rescued from trafficking, but they're still not safe because their traffickers actually have active threats against them, they have death threats against them, and they have prices on their head, so they're still not safe until this protection center is built, until they can testify against their traffickers so they can go away. So this is something you can only imagine, that they have been in trafficking, that they have been rescued from one of the worst evils you could possibly go through, and yet they're still in danger. And you know what? It is our job. It is our job to stand up for them, to give them a place of refuge, to give them a place of safety, to be able to protect them. So maybe for the first time in their life, they will actually feel free and feel secure. That's why this is important.
You know, Tim, we use the phrase human trafficking, but it's really modern-day slavery. What you just described is modern-day slavery, and it especially hits vulnerable young people, especially girls who don't have advocates, right?
Yes, there's no doubt about it. And what some of these people do is they prey on the desperate. They prey on those that are lonely, on those that are looking for friends, on those that are looking for relationships, on those that are looking for hope. And so they find vulnerable people all over the world, and they build those relationships, and then they do terrible things.
All right, Tim, you're close to being able to build this protection center. People that want to help you get over the finish line, where can they go to help you?
You can just go to the TimTebowFoundation.org or go check it out. And there's 15 girls right now that are waiting for this home to be built, and so many more that we're hoping to be able to rescue, to be able to bring into this home. So we need your help, but honestly, this isn't about us. They need your help. And they need us to work together to stand up for them, because they are worth it.
You know, Tim, my birthday is 1 week after yours, although the numbers are a little bit different. There's a 5 in yours and a 5 in mine, but other than that, they're not the same. I don't think anybody was going to get me anything for my birthday, but if they were, don't. Send it to Tim Tebow and help these people, these young people that need it so desperately. Tim, happy birthday. I look forward to talking to you again soon, and good luck to you.
Trey, go to the TimTebowFoundation.org. Go check it out. And there's 15 girls right now that are waiting for this home to be built, and so many more that we're hoping to be able to rescue, to be able to bring into this home. So we need your help, but honestly, this isn't about us. They need your help. And they need us to work together to stand up for them, because they are worth it.
You know, Tim, my birthday is one.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. We all have a role, don't we?
Very good.
Thank you.
Next up is C, Ethics and Integrity in Curry County Government.
Thank you again, Mr. Chair. I want to hold up...
We begin in Wyoming and breaking...
I want to hold up this, it's been in our hallway for the last couple of months. It's called the Code of Ethics, and I just want to read just the headings and the subheadings, if I may, Mr. Chair. And we're seeing a new spirit around the annex, and it's really building a lot of enthusiasm. It's building a lot of hope. It's recognizing our responsibility as public servants and the privilege we have, understanding that. So the Code of Ethics, integrity and honesty, how I can show integrity and honesty, producing results for my community, how I produce results for my community, treating people fairly, how to do that, diversity and inclusion, how we value diversity and foster inclusion, reliability and consistency, how we show reliability and consistency. Let's see. We're going to breeze this time. This is the Oregon Government Ethics Commission letter, OGEC. It's good to know what that acronym stands for. This is a very good program. It's growing, expanding, improving all the time, and it's good for people to know. Part of the reason I wanted to do this today is that there's been a lot of things said in this building the last 3 or 4 years that are absolutely false, and you're not seeing a lot of that right now. And it's just good to see. I just see maximum productivity. I see team building. I had one more here. We had a barbecue the other day that was really special. It was just bringing our crew together, and trying to think where that is. Do you know which one it is for the ARS? Oh yeah, the ARS. We'll just go through this real quick, and we'll make our 9:30 program.
Okay.
We have a strategic plan. You can click on this to get the Oregon Government Ethics monthly newsletter. I'm going to repeat here: consistent, more productive department managers and elected officials monthly meetings. Happy to the progress and momentum we're building there. This is the barbecue I just referenced, put on by the Director Lang and Amy Gaddis and the Juvenile Department, Parks Department combined. Did you enjoy the barbecue?
Yeah, very much. Yeah, very good.
Back to the state, Oregon Government Ethics Commission, and then I don't know what happened to the rest of it, but we had, we did the golf tournament. You know, that was for Curry Health Network. That was in Brookings.
Very good.
And that was a lot of fun. I'm a terrible golfer. But it was truly for a good cause. And let's see. I don't know what happened to the rest of it, but we have junior lifeguards.
Yep.
We have just departments really working well together. And I can pull my... I'll work on that real quick here. JJ and I have worked really hard to have these icons pop up nice. And usually they do.
I don't think hard enough.
Yeah. Sorry about that.
It's all right. there was the team building that we did in July.
And that was put on by Roadmaster Christensen and Economic Development Coordinator Madison. And I thought that was in this role here, but that was a 3-day deal. Went over very well. Very, very well-known speaker, and I want to say thanks to Aquatic Safety and back to the junior lifeguards, getting kids involved. It's just really a rewarding thing and really a pleasure to watch. I want to thank all the sponsors for the golf tournament, the community coming together, the county coming together. And so I'm just going to keep encouraging people, Mr. Chair, and I know you are too, that we've got a lot at stake here, a lot of responsibility.
Yep.
And the more we work together, the more we can overcome some of the past 2 or 3 years, and even before we got here, some of those things that have been detrimental to moving forward. A lot of anger, and just don't see that now. And doesn't mean there aren't going to be issues. I don't want unrealistic expectations, but this county's worth defending and working hard for. And I just want to reference that new spirit and people really wanting to be honorable and forthright, and it's just it's quite noticeable and very much appreciated. Thank you for that time.
You betcha. So it's close to 9:30, so I'm going to ask Dan Springer to come up. Daniel's with Curry Electric and Beacon Broadband, and going to talk about it. He's our Curry Electric is our IT provider. So we're going to jump right now to discussion action item 6A. And Dan's going to explain why we need to upgrade. And
yeah, good morning.
You bet, Dan. Thank you for coming.
Yeah, so the sheet, I don't know if you have it in front of you.
We do.
The sheet there that you have in front of you is for your, it shows your current internet and network transport services that you're paying for.
Yep.
And then 2 different options for upgrading. Your current services are outdated. They're far too slow for today's businesses, and you can actually get more for your money by updating your service. So what we are recommending is option 2, which is the slower of the 2. Obviously faster is better, but option 2 is a little closer to what you're paying, and you can always upgrade your speed. You can't downgrade.
Right.
So it's best to start small, and then we can always make it a phone call and adjust if we find that the plan that we chose is still insufficient. So I would recommend you go with the option 2 there, and sign that off with Charter for your network upgrade.
All right. I don't know, the public probably can't see, but the current speeds are really slow compared to this option 2 that we're considering, and Finance Department is looking to upgrade our Cassell software, and with the current services wouldn't even be able to handle it, right?
Correct. You're right now the county's internet speed is 50 megabit, which is slower than most people's homes.
Yeah.
And this will upgrade you to 500 megabit, which is a significant difference. And the costs difference is $700. So
it's much needed.
It's quite a big difference.
Any question for Dan?
Yes, Mr. Chair. The 3,300, is that what's that cost represent?
That's the monthly fee.
Additional.
No, that's total.
Okay.
Yeah. Your current total is the $25.95.
Okay.
That you're paying. So the 33 is the actual package.
Good. And remind me the what WAN stands for.
That's your wide area network. That's the network out to the harbor substation, the sheriff's harbor substation, the Veterans Services office out there in Brookings on Railroad. And then
department.
we also have the road department on Hunter Creek.
Option 2, Council Pope, do you have anything you want to add to this?
No, other than it does seem like an upgrade is needed, and like I said, it kind of gets us going where we need to be. So I have no real comment.
Okay.
Thank you. And you spent time with Finance Department on this. Good. Good.
Actually thought they would be here this morning, but they're not. So anyway, I'm their spokesman. Dave, you got a question?
Oops, sorry.
David Barnes, County Treasurer. My office also uses Cassell, and as it stands right now, it's dog slow.
Okay.
I'm all in favor of an upgrade. When I cut checks, when I do tax return checks or something, it takes me minutes to do each check where it should be just hit the button and print. So I'm all in favor of this. Thank you.
Thank you. I think we're going to see a marked improvement, so I'll entertain a motion to approve the changes and go with option 2.
Mr. Chair, I will make that motion. You stated it well.
I'll second it, and if there's no discussion, all in favor say yes.
Yes?
I say yes, so motion carries 2-0. Thank you, Dan. Dan,
yeah, thanks, Dan.
he's headed to Port Orford for Coos Curry Electric Member Appreciation Day, so if you're in Port Orford and you need a hot dog, go there today at noon and you'll get fed. So Dan Springer?
So it does.
Thanks, bud. What's that,
Staff
bud?
Jesuit. Did that motion make sense and okay?
Oh, yeah.
Thank you.
Okay.
Very clear.
All right.
All right, so let's go back to presentations if we could, and D is consumption tax presentation.
Thank you again, Mr. Chair. Boy, we've been talking about this quite a bit, especially last year. A lot of enthusiasm, wondering what and how we can work with Josephine County. I'm going to read part of their program that they passed just the other day, a week ago, to put on the ballot. And here's part of what it represents. Of course, what I'll do here first is go ahead and do a presentation I did to Brookings. It's going to take 6 minutes. And as the public is watching, this will outline some ideas on why we're looking at this with everything we got, at least in the interim.
It's a lot more than just getting $50 off your water bill. It's a lot more than that, and I just think it's real positive for that are successful.
Commissioner Court, Boyce, and we have Richard Christensen, who is the road superintendent, road supervisor, roadmaster. I'm sorry. In county government, we have roadmaster. And I think they both are going to come talk to us about the same subject. So are you going to do it together, or do you want to do it separately?
I'm just going to be here as the board.
Okay. Court, take the podium.
Mayor, thank you for getting me in last minute. Welcome back, Gary, even if it's temporary. One of the nice things about coming to Brookings, going to McDonald's, getting 2 fish sandwiches for $5. I'll tell you, we don't have McDonald's at Gold Beach. You know, you say counselor, how you refer to all of you, counselor sounds like a commissioner that needs therapy. So I'm here to talk about a consumption tax. You know, the county's in bad financial straits, and we've known this is coming for a long time. We keep saying we've got to stop taking from the road fund reserve. Pretty hard to stand up here and tell citizens, especially just honestly a distinguished group like this, we need to raise taxes or find additional revenue. But serving on the budget committee, Mr. Alcorn and Mr. Shriver, thank you. You've done some work on this. It's a tough subject. We don't want to lose services in Curry County. I'll stand on my record how I've voted over the years, but now we have a problem that's got to be solved. And the only way it's going to be solved is if we bring everybody together. I'm not saying I have the answers. I've put some time into this over the last 4 years trying to figure out, could this work? Curry County has an opportunity an advantage that no other county that 36 has. And that's what the shoppers coming over from Delaware County. I think you're all aware of this. They're paying 10% down there. That's no secret. And if we had a 3% tax or 2%, 2.5%, whatever, it would raise for Curry County about $5 million, strictly focused, intended for law enforcement. Of that law enforcement, the 7 departments or categories would be, of course, the 4 law enforcement agencies in Curry County. Obviously, that includes the city. Code enforcement, I'm proud when I first took office 5.5 years ago, we didn't have code enforcement. Sounded like a big government push. That takes care of fire, noise, garbage, yes, all the above. So now we have 3 officers. Law enforcement is expensive, as you well know. Councilman Alcorn showed me a picture a couple of years ago that I've never forgot. It was about a gang member that come through Curry County. And those are things that we're looking at. I said 5 years ago, and he's also said it, all of you have been aware. We should have the best law enforcement, rural law enforcement in Oregon, at least on the Oregon coast. I've been committed to that for a long time. I just haven't got the support. Back to the consumption tax, there's a variety of things you can do. We're working with Josephine County. They obviously have the same issues that we have. They have an expensive jail. The reason they have recommended that some of the money go back to the cities because Cave Junction does not have, you probably are aware, it does not have law enforcement. Okay? They rely strictly on the Sheriff's Department that's already spread thin. Under the Josephine County plan, which I'm looking at very closely, we can do something identical to what they have if the community wants to push or move forward with that, or we can do something specific just to Curry County. But they'll get, Cave Junction is 2.3% or almost 3%, I think, of the population. They would get about 300,000. And they are as excited as can be. Back to the Curry County advantage. Josephine County would raise, according to early estimates, about $18 million. Okay, about 60% of that would come from tourism. We have a greater proportion that comes from tourism in Josephine County. 3% is not a big hit. The other thing, and I'll conclude with this, 2 things. That the consumption tax is based on consuming. Everybody pays. I've talked to all of you in the past, and I don't know anybody that would support, budget committee or anyone, who would suggest that we should raise property taxes. You know, I'm not speaking for all of you, but I think you agree that that's not the answer. On a sales tax or a consumption tax, or you want a clear definition there, again, everybody pays us based on what you consume. There's a million different plans that you can do. One would be, and you know, the Josephine County program or plan, I think targets restaurants just a little bit too much. And they've already been hit really hard, as we know, the last 2 or 3 years. So if you want to do non-labeled foods, eat healthy, exempted. Maybe you just want to do packaged food. Maybe you want to go easy on the restaurants. It is based, though, on the tourism dollar. You know, our population doubled this month, for example, in this county. That's a bittersweet thing in that it puts a lot of pressures, you know, on our services in our communities. We're glad to have the visitors. This also, with the Josephine County plan, and I've taken a second look at this, is based on 6 months. So if you wanted, and there's minimum, maybe you would exempt all car sales so we don't hurt our auto dealers here. There's just a variety of things we want to do, including, I think it's a way to eventually pay for a new jail. We need a new courthouse too, but I think that's honestly about 20 years from now, best case scenario, just in practicality of the whole thing. But the jail is a huge issue, we know. And so if we were able to collect this money, 5% for administration, the county 5% for the people that collect the money, and we prove that we can manage well, that's going to take some really disciplined commissioners, if I can be that bold. So I've got optimism there. But that start really take a serious look at paying the road fund reserves back. The $5 million is a real early estimate, but it's based on people coming over the border. It's based on people coming here for a destination. So I hope I didn't take too much time. I come back and make a more official presentation in the next couple of weeks, if that helps. Again, it's really hard to stand up before the citizens and say we've got to raise revenue, but law enforcement is it's number one, and public safety, all is related to that. We had the 16-year-old youngster we lost, and that's still hurting the hearts of a lot of people, obviously. And so there's a lot of examples of things that are changing and how we can move forward and adjust and serve the citizens that way without hurting them. And so, and by the way, the money coming back to the city is not a carrot and stick approach. It's just simply to say, you have issues too. You have a lot of pressures, and your law enforcement people do. And so, I think that has some real merit. And as a county official, it's the news is going to be Boyce wants to tax us to death. No, I want to bring in law enforcement. I want to help and support law enforcement all I can. And of course, I'm not. Hey, next time I'll give you the mouse, okay?
Oh, no, that's fine.
So I don't even know where to start. We've been discussing to get this on the November ballot if we had a plan, which we don't yet. I did hear from three different people that, the Josephine County plan is not ideal for Curry County. And there's a variety of reasons. That doesn't mean we couldn't take the better parts of that plan. Part of the reason that I was hoping to get on the November ballot, and in our task force that the board approved and authorized, we've got 6 very dedicated people there. 3 say work hard to get it on the ballot for November. 3 have said, I think you were in the middle.
Well, I was a next year.
Well, and that's there's some rationale certainly behind that, but we would lose $2 million if we approved it, if the voters approved it this coming May, then it wouldn't go into effect until we would lose part of that 2023 summer tourism dollars that we need, and of course the pressure to repay the road fund reserves is going to always be there, and so. But the other part of that is we've had some wise people, of course, that have said, move too fast on this and we won't get it done. So, and you've certainly agreed with that. I'll just read, Mr. Chair, real quick, just some highlights of the Josephine County plan.
They have got, they did vote to get it on the ballot, right?
Yeah,
so
unanimous for the Board of Commissioners, yeah.
So we have an opportunity to see how they do in November.
Yeah.
And so I think that's a benefit for us also. So
to watch how it goes there, you're thinking?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
But that I hear you saying then, here it is, the 17th of August. We're down to the wire. The task force has been pretty busy and not lacking determination. However, we haven't met for a week now.
Yeah.
So. An ordinance, this is Josephine County Ordinance number 2022-005, an ordinance amending the county code, etc. Whereas the Josephine County Charter provides that the county has all powers necessary for the conduct of its affairs consistent with the constituents, constitutions and laws of the United States and the state of Oregon, whereas Oregon allows local governments to tax most retail activities, and whereas the seasonal tax on most retail activity shall go into effect only upon approval by the majority of the county's electors at a regularly scheduled general election. Now, therefore, the people of Josephine County ordain as follows, and it goes into all the outline and the reference points. This chapter shall be known as a Law Enforcement Retail Activities Tax, or LERAT. The purpose of the ordinance is to impose a tax on retail activities that occur within Josephine County between April 15th and October 15th of every year. The revenue from this tax shall be used exclusively for the provision of law enforcement services, included related administrative expenses in Josephine County, including the Sheriff's Office, the Juvenile Department, the District Attorney's Office, the City of Grants Pass Police Department, and by the City of Cave Junction for law enforcement purposes. By the way, they originally did not include the DA and the Juvenile Department. I've been working with Dan DeYoung. I said that's really what we wanted to do here, at least what I was promoting to the task force, and they don't have code enforcement. They're going to be working on that, by the way. Expenditures of funds raised by this tax shall be subject to annual independent audits to ensure compliance with the requirements of this ordinance. At least 7% of the revenue gleaned, this is the recent change they made, at least 7% of the revenue gleaned from the tax shall be deposited annually into the contingency fund, which may be assessed to cover law enforcement expenses when revenue projections, as calculated by Retail Activities Tax Board, have exceeded, have exceeded revenue received. So moving down, retail activity, it describes that. Then I list, I think Treasurer Barnes has seen this list. I know he has. Boy, it's a long list of exemptions. And, you know, some people have looked at it and said, what's left? You know, the tourists and the travelers and even the local citizens would be subject to paying the 3% on, or whatever percentage we come up with. I referenced the cities in the presentation to the Brookings City Council. If based on $5 million and based on population, Curry County being approximately, round figures, 24,000, Brookings 6,800, so that's 28% of our population. They would get 1.4 million out of the 3%. Gold Beach 2,400, they would get 500,000. Port Orford 1,200 people would get 250,000. So just kind of in rough notes there, they've got a lot of unified effort over there with the sheriff and the district attorney, and they're pulling the cities on. I mentioned Cave Junction in the presentation there. So how would the board like to go? I mean, am I just going to have to face reality that it's not going to happen for the November election? I know the clerk is working with us, but is very concerned that it cannot be done if we get beyond the end of this month.
Right.
And we have no meetings until September 7th now, unless we set up a special meeting.
Well, I'll say it again. I'm not in favor of anything for this November. I think it'll be an opportunity to see how they do in Josephine County. And when we do this, we have to do it correctly and unified. And, you know, in January, we'll have a new member on this commission. So I think that's an opportunity we need to keep pushing forward from now until January, and then January through, but come up, be unified and have one voice and keep going with that task force. We need to keep bringing this up every meeting. I do like this part where, this LERAT, law enforcement retail activities tax. That last three letters is a tough one in Curry County, but we have got to figure out a way to support our law enforcement in Curry County, and without timber receipts and the stuff that we're lacking, we'll run out of money. Sorry.
Happens to the best of
them. Yeah. So, yeah, that.
So, we don't know what kind of budget issues we're going to be faced with in next March, April.
Well, we kind of
May.
do.
Hopefully it's not going to be $5 million. I would be shocked if it was, but I was shocked a year ago, or last spring. So worst case scenario might be $2 million, $3 million. I don't know. I just want to prepare us for that, and that would have to come out of road fund reserves. That hurts.
Yep.
And it continues to hurt. I do like your point about a new board in January. The clerk has a lot of influence with me on just our capacity to put it together. I see we have Treasurer Barnes and Roadmaster Christensen in the audience, and so I don't know if they want to contribute some discussion on this or have some thoughts. So I'm kind of letting go slow here.
Yeah.
Yeah, if you don't mind, I'm Dave Barnes, County Treasurer. I was really, really hoping to get something on the ballot for this November, but we've just plain run out of time. I think that I'm almost positive that if we were to put up a ballot question, it has to be submitted to the clerk's office by Friday. And we just don't have time to do anything. So I look forward to working on this, though, and to going forward with this, and hopefully get something on the ballot in May for the people. But it's, we're in dire straits here. our revenue doesn't match our mandated minimum expenses, and we have a hole every year because of that. And it's, like I've said for over 2 years now, I'll do what I can to help with it and work on this. So, however we're going to go, let's get there and do it. As Roadmaster said at the last meeting of the tax panel, if not us, who, and if not now, when. So we need to keep that attitude going, and we need to be the ones who pull together and get something done on it. So, but that's all. Thank you.
Thank you.
What he said there at the end, as far as if not now, when, if not who, it's been years that we've known this is coming, and previous commissioners have worked on consumption tax or sales tax, and it hasn't. And as you just said a minute ago, we don't want to put something out that's going to fail. If we can avoid that. Did you have anything? Roadmaster Christensen?
Just that the road department very much supports any kind of funding that we can find, a tax measure, to offset this loss of $7 to $8 million of forced receipts. I'm expecting that there's going to be $5 to $6 million of road reserves needed next year's budget. So,
say that again, please.
I believe that because we weren't able to find alternate funding this year, there's going to be a $5 to $6 million budget shortfall next year, and we're going to have to make some really hard decisions. And what can we actually services can we give our community? And I think that's good. I think next budget season is going to be very, very difficult. So thank you.
So while you're there, I'm wondering how much agreement that Roadmaster Christensen has, and I brought it up a minute ago about, $5 million more, $3 million, whatever it is, that we spend more than what we have. Treasurer Barnes just referenced it in general terms, which is fine. And we have about $20 million in there now.
I think it's less than that of unallocated funds.
Okay, good. So in our last task force meeting, I think it was you mentioned Brookings City Administrator Milliman had some recommendation. I think there were 8 bullet points that were pretty clear, and that seemed to give you, Roadmaster Christensen, some confidence that not pushing for the November election might actually be the best way to go. And so I've studied those. I think the group studied them. What's your thoughts on that, or did you want to add anything to that?
I served under Gary Milliman's leadership for approximately 10 years and achieved many difficult goals, and millions of dollars of grants and projects and master plans, and with a team that was very successful. We had a really good team, and so when he writes those bullets, those 8 bullets, just saying how he would lay it out and what he would propose that we look at, I take that very seriously because he has success, many years of success. And so I always try to copy success, and I value his leadership, and that's why I think we should back off for November, because that's his suggestion, and that's what half of the task force said, who included a city councilman and a city mayor. And so I think that's good leadership, and that's a good plan to follow. And like Commissioner Herzog says, we'll see how Josephine County performed, and we could make our own package here for this next May.
I'm just about done.
Okay.
Mr. Chair, did you have something?
Thank you.
Well, but we got to keep it on the burner. We can't just, because it's so easy, because there's so much, as you see in this agenda today, that we can't let it, we got to keep talking about it, whether it's commissioner comments or what. We just got to keep it. We got to keep moving forward, and keep our.
I'm going to count on you for that. I know I can.
It's.
Council Pope, can you still hear me? Okay.
Yep, I can hear you.
I know you got your notepad. I just wanted to reference one of the third paragraph I read to the board. Whereas a seasonal tax on most retail activities shall go into effect only upon approval, by the majority of the county electors at a regularly scheduled general election. That makes me a little nervous. Can you just, when you have time, please double check that and make sure we're not going to be forced into waiting to 2023 November?
So if we voted on...
Yeah, I'll definitely,
I think that's...
I'll definitely take a look in that. I know that when you are doing a measure that adds, taxes, that there are only certain elections that you can do them in, but off the top of my head, I'm not sure exactly which one, so I'll definitely take a look into that.
Yeah, I didn't expect you to know that. Yeah, good. Thank you. And the only other thing I have, I just want the public to know, going back to, and I'll conclude with this, Mr. Chair, but going back to 2 years ago, July 23rd, the Christopher Pash, Sue Gold, and Court Boyce Board, we passed a law enforcement resolution. It was an agenda item that I put on the board, and it passed unanimously. And it's just R2020-26, resolution proclaiming support for law enforcement, public safety, and first responders. And I know this board is certainly no exception. Commissioner Pash, Commissioner Herzog, and myself. The Budget Committee, I will give them a shout out. All of our elected officials want to be very well oriented and understanding of what our little county is up against. So when I make a statement that we want the best law enforcement on the Oregon coast, I think I'm speaking for everyone on that.
Agreed.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. That's all I have on that.
All right, I'll look for a motion to approve the consent agenda.
So moved, Mr. Chair.
Okay, it's been moved. I'll second that. All in favor say yes.
Yes.
I say yes. Motion carries 2-0. So it's 9:58. We're going to take a 15-minute break and be back here at 10:15. Sharp. And I see Wendy out there. Wendy, can you do yours in 2 minutes? Or is it 1 minute? Okay. So Wendy is on for 6B and C. So if we could get this taken care of real quick, that would be awesome. Thank you, Wendy, for showing up.
Hold those microphones.
Is that better?
Yeah, that Christensen guy had him up there in the ceiling.
Yeah, this should be super quick. I know there's been a lot of discussion in the past about McVeigh Park. I haven't been involved in that because I wasn't involved in the parks. But this is just simply to get the board's direction on continuing conversation with Oregon State Parks. It's not making any decisions whatsoever. It's just that if we want to continue to have discussions with Oregon State Parks about a possible lease of McVeigh, I would need the board's direction to do that. There's a lot of things to look at. There's a lot of things to consider. There's plans that are in place, but Oregon State Parks has stepped up and said that they'd like to have some conversation. And it's nothing more than that. It's nothing more than just getting the board's direction of, do we want to continue having discussion regarding McVeigh Park? And then that discussion can be brought back before the board for any decisions.
Okay.
No excitement or enthusiasm on this, is there?
And like I said, I think there's a lot to discuss. I think right now it's a day-use park. That's not, a revenue-generating park. But I also know that the tent sites at Boyce Cope could be filled all the time, and McVeigh happens to be a dynamic area for hikers and bicyclists. Yep. But like I said, there's a lot to discuss. There's a lot of unknowns. So this would simply just be, do we want to sit at the table with them and hear what they have to say and bring back that information?
And you've been there twice or 3 times now?
Yes.
Good. And you've been there?
Yep.
And I have been, and so we're seeing the same thing.
I think you got a head nod. That
good.
Yeah.
I know that her plate is really full with the way the parks are going right now. So this is just moving forward. So no,
And it's slow. I mean,
Yep.
even Oregon State Parks would say, if this was even interest, we're talking 3 to 5 years.
Yeah.
This is just the discussion. Do we want to sit at the table and look at options and brainstorm?
But they do want to work with us. And
Absolutely. And we have a lot of people that live out there, and they're very, considerate of that and of any changes whatsoever. So it's just just discussion. Do we want to sit at the table with the state parks and discuss if we have any interest in
Yes, ma'am.
in McVeigh Park?
You mentioned Director Lang's been spread pretty thin, but tremendous comments on the management, the condition, the growth of all of our parks. It's just I don't want you to leave without hearing that in a public hearing. Thank you. And as Commissioner Liaison, you've been right in the middle of that. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
So are you able to see real quick too, the ADPEP? Okay.
Yeah.
Do we need a vote on that?
I don't think so.
Yeah.
A head nod is good.
Okay.
Yeah.
And then the other one, we already get ADPEP funds. It's the alcohol and tobacco prevention, the juvenile department contracts directly with OHA. There's additional funds that are out there. It's a quite sizable amount of funds. I would like to apply for some of those. They're earmarked to Curry County. I just need the board's approval. It would be hiring a temporary, probably full-time position. I've talked to Captain McDonald about a memorandum of understanding of them helping us with some fentanyl and opioid prevention. So I just need permission to apply for those funds. Doesn't cost anything from our general fund. Actually, the admin part of that would bring revenue in.
Okay.
So
this probably does require a motion.
I would say yes.
So I just have one comment.
Yeah.
On in your ARS. Well done, of course. The state, that's been an issue with me when they always talk about tobacco, alcohol, and drugs, but they leave marijuana out of that. Maybe marijuana is supposed to be under the drug category, but when you're dealing with kids, we just, I don't think a state takes a good enough role in leadership in really trying to get and keep kids from being addicted in the very beginning. So that's the only comment I had. I'm ready.
Make that
for a
motion to. Yeah.
So move that we approve this, accept the funding from that long acronym, Prevention and Education Program, Oregon Health Authority. Thank you.
All right, I'll second that. All in favor say yes.
Yes.
Motion carries 2-0. Thank you, Wendy.
Thank you.
Thanks again.
So we're just 3 minutes past 10, but we'll still meet back here at 10:15 sharp, and we'll adjourn for recess. I shouldn't say adjourn. We'll recess until 10:15. Thank you, folks.
At 10 o'clock. So I was wondering if we could do that public hearing first and then the community grant.
Sure.
That was
yeah,
supposed to be 9:45.
because there was no time on the public hearing the psilocybin.
Yeah, but in agenda amendments, we said 9:45.
Okay.
So
You want to do it now, though, Anthony?
we better.
Yeah, if we could do it now, I mean, other than reading the thing, it shouldn't take very long.
Okay.
Same thing with the community block grant. I think we can knock those out in just a couple minutes.
Okay. All right. Welcome back, everybody. We're going to. I'm going to open up a public hearing. Proposed ordinance prohibiting psilocybin manufacture and service centers outside of city limits. So I will read this verbatim, he said. So this is, hang on. We will now hold a public hearing as to the referral of an ordinance to the voters. If approved during the general election, this ordinance would create a prohibition on psilocybin service centers and psilocybin manufacturers in the unincorporated areas of Curry County. I will now read the ordinance in full prior to offering an opportunity for comments. Whereas in November 2020, ballot measure 109 was passed by the Electors of Oregon, thereby creating a program to permit licensed service providers to administer psilocybin producing mushroom and fungi products to individuals 21 years of age or older. And whereas ballot measure 109 has been codified as ORS 475A.718, and whereas ORS 475A.718 allows that the governing body of a county may adopt an ordinance to be referred to the electors of the county at the next statewide general election to determine whether to prohibit the establishment of psilocybin product manufacturers and or psilocybin service center operators. And whereas any prohibition on psilocybin approved by the electors will only apply within the unincorporated areas of the county and will not impact psilocybin operations or businesses within any city limits. And whereas to date, the Oregon Health Authority has not completed rulemaking necessary to provide regulatory oversight to psilocybin product manufacturers and psilocybin service center operators. And whereas the Board of Commissioners believes that the timing is appropriate to refer this matter to the voters of Curry County, as authorized by ballot measure 109 and ORS 475A.718. The Board of Commissioners for the County of Curry does ordain as follows. Section 1 titled, "This ordinance shall be known as Ordinance Number 22-02, an ordinance prohibiting the operation of psilocybin service centers and psilocybin product manufacturing in the unincorporated areas of Curry County." Section 2, severance clause, if any section, subsection, provision, clause, or paragraphs of this ordinance shall be adjudged or declared by any court of competent jurisdiction to be unconstitutional or invalid, such judgment shall not affect the validity of the remaining portions of the ordinance. And it is hereby expressly declared that every other section, subsection, provision, clause, or paragraph of this ordinance enacted, irrespective of the enactment of or validity of the portion thereof declared to be unconstitutional or invalid, is valid. Section 3, emergency clause, the Board of Commissioners for the County of Curry deems this ordinance necessary for the immediate preservation and protection of the public peace, health, safety, and general welfare of Curry County, and declares an emergency exists. Section 4, adoption in accordance with ORS 475A.718 and subject to the vote of the electors at the November 8th, 2022 general election. The following are prohibited in the unincorporated areas subject to the jurisdiction of Curry County. A would be psilocybin product manufacturing, psilocybin service center operation. Section 5, referral to electors. This ordinance shall be referred to the electors of Curry County at the general election on Tuesday, November 8, 2022. The text of this ordinance shall be provided to the Oregon Health Authority. Section 6, effective date. Pursuant to ORS 203.0459, this ordinance takes effect upon approval of a majority of those voting on the proposed ordinance. Are there any members of the public who wish to make a comment? Seeing none, are there any staff members who wish to make a comment? So seeing none, I will make a motion to approve ordinance number 22-02 imposing a prohibition on psilocybin service centers and product manufacturing in the unincorporated areas of Curry County. Do I have a second?
Second with discussion.
Yes, sir.
Just a couple quick comments. I tuned in to a 2-hour Josephine County meeting. They're doing exactly what we're doing. Okay. The 2 hours of testimony was very interesting, very informative. I made notes. I won't go over those notes now, other than to say Sheriff Daniels is an absolute no. His primary concern is that no rules, and you reference that in your reading there, Commissioner Herzog. Vague on all, and OHA has not done any work on this. So it's, I mean, everybody's neck is sticking out there. I also heard from Sheriff Zaney in Coos County, and I just want to read what he said real quick. Court, good to hear from you. I will always be opposed to expanding drug use in our communities. Again, the state wants to move forward in dispensing mind-altering substances before they can set out a plan to organize, control, and measure the outcomes or effects. Just like Measure 110, this will immediately get out of hand, and then we will have to spend millions to try and put the genie back in the broken bottle. Until there are clearly defined rules and regulations and the ability to enforce violations, I am opposed. And he has some other things. So, yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. Okay. I seconded that motion, ready to vote.
All right, all in favor say yes?
Yes.
I say yes. Motion carries 2-0.
Clarification, this is going to the voters in November.
Yep.
Thank you.
And that public hearing is closed. We will now open a public hearing on the community development block grant from Business Oregon regarding funding for local food banks. The purpose of this hearing is to obtain citizen views and to respond to questions and comments about community development and housing needs, especially the needs to low and moderate income persons, as well as other needs in the community that might be assisted with a community development block grant and the proposed project. Do any members of the public wish to make a comment? Seeing none, do any staff members wish to make a comment? Seeing none, I'll entertain a motion to approve the community block grant from the Business Oregon Community Development Block Grant Funds.
Second with discussion, Mr. Chair.
Okay.
Being eligible for this 2021 Community Development Block Grant, this board has been united in supporting this. We work diligently with Rachel Maddock Hughes of Sequoia Consulting. This is a very important step in the right direction in getting this moving forward. It's for a $250,000 grant. It's an assistance program for the food bank activities. Curry County is preparing an application for a 2021 Community Development Block Grant from Business Oregon. Oregon Coast Community Action and the grant for South Coast Food Share, SCFS. South Coast Food Share delivers food to Curry County twice weekly. This is important here. When trucks break down, the food order from SCFS is shut down until the refrigerator truck is up and running. Buying locally is difficult when this happens, as we already live in a food isolated area. Finally, Mr. Chair, ordering food a week or more ahead of time is necessary with our local grocers, and therefore a break in any part of this process decreases the amount of food we can have available for our families anywhere in Curry County. So this has just been a real positive work for both Coos and Curry County, and they're working together. A lot of pressure on the Brookings Harbor Communities program there, and but they're handling it very well. Good staff. We're just excited about this. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Okay. All in favor say yes?
Yes.
I say yes. Motion carries 2-0. So that public hearing is closed, and we will now go back to discussions, / action items. 6D, letter of opposition to Curry Project Turnkey Proposals, David Barnes.
Good morning, David Barnes. I'm the county treasurer, but I wrote a letter to the Oregon Community Foundation as a private citizen. I've been in this building long enough now, and I go out to other meetings enough. I know that over 225 people, I believe, called in opposition to a project similar to the turnkey projects for Up and Ophir. Over 150 of them showed up here. I think 3 were in favor, and everybody else was opposed. I went down a month or so ago to a meeting down in Brookings that they had about the Project Turnkey proposal they had down there. And again, over 100 people showed up, and very, very few were in favor. Most were opposed. And of the ones who were opposed, most of them were vehemently opposed. The city of Brookings sent off a letter similar to the one I sent. I included them both in the package for you. Based on the public response to this type of program over the last 6 months or 7 months that we've seen here at the county, I request the commissioners to also submit a letter of opposition to the Oregon Community Foundation. We just don't have the resources in this county to support this kind of thing. They talk about the turnkey being a transitional housing opportunity. Transition to where? Yeah. We don't have housing in this county. When we have doctors and teachers and police officers who come to this county and have work, but then end up leaving 6 months, 3 months, a year later because they're unable to find suitable housing, that speaks volumes to our housing problem here. And to say that people are going to transition into houses is, I don't see it happening. All of our police departments, including Sheriff's Department, are looking for more people to work in them. Our hospital right now has over 50 openings in Gold Beach Hospital over here. 90% of them, I believe, or more, are for medical service providers, not for staff people. I just don't, while I applaud the goals of the project, I just do not believe that Curry County is the right place for it if they're looking to be successful. Community support is absolutely lacking. We just don't have the facilities right now. And if we were to take off a motel, a 40-bed motel in Gold Beach and a 40-bed motel in Brookings, that does serious damage to their tax revenues down there. The TLT that they rely on for projects and for promotions in their towns are lost. And I just, as I said, I believe in the spirit of this, but I really don't think that Curry County is the right place for these kind of projects. And I would encourage and urge the commissioners to either endorse the letter sent by the city of Brookings with a simple just note from you that we endorse Brookings' letter and we stand with them in opposition, or write your own letter. But to write your own is going to take some time, and I know the deadline is coming up quickly. So, my recommendation, my hope would be that you just send off a letter saying that you echo these sentiments expressed by the unanimous vote of the Brookings City Council to be opposed to these projects in Curry County. Thank you.
You bet.
Mr. Chair?
Yep.
I want to highlight a couple very serious concerns I have that are in the 2.5 pages of the Brookings response. I think you and I we got 10 days ago. Very well written letter. In addition to what Treasurer Barnes mentioned, I want to add here, medical and mental health resources in the community are limited. I'm just reading the subheadings. Public safety services are limited. The concept of providing transitional housing is flawed. He mentioned that. Doesn't appear to be any security plans for this facility. Housing victims of domestic violence is a publicly known location on a federal highway. That raised a lot of red flags. Loss of local revenue and visitor service units. Mr. Barnes mentioned that. Brookings is not an urban city with older, decrepit motels that would benefit from rehabilitation to an alternative use. And then here's 4 big ones of concerns. Will children be housed at this location? The applicant stated that the use of illegal drugs will not be allowed on the property, but nobody knows how that's going to be prevented. Like Mr. Barnes, I think we really appreciate the effort of these folks to try and help those down and out. But this, yes, I'm ready to just make it simple so we can make the Friday 8/19 deadline and support this letter. I've got a repeated draft. I don't think this is their final. It's not dated, but it is very well written. They are well organized, and there's 2 more. I'm sorry, Mr. Chair, I overlooked, but will registered sex offenders be housed on this property? And finally, what happens to the property if the project fails? So I have one disagreement with Mr. Barnes, and that was I attended the same meeting in Brookings. It was a packed house at Coos Bay conference room at the library, and I would say it was about 65-35. So it was not just a handful, in just my opinion, but they were well organized, and yet to see the concern usually quite well verbalized from the people in opposition, we need to take notes. We need to take note, and I think we see that we've been in agreement with the concerns of the homeless issue from the very beginning. And we're seeing more and more strangers that we've never seen in Curry County before. We need to work hard to separate out the Curry citizens so that we can help them, and with the limited resources we have, as a responsibility we have. But the people that are coming here, presumably from far away, that is a growing issue. That is not going to go away, and we're going to have to deal with it. This just isn't the answer. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
You're welcome. So I'll entertain a
If
motion. Go ahead, Dave.
Might I clarify something to Commissioner Boyce? The letter that was included in the packet from the Brookings City Council does say draft on it. The email that I received from Mr. Milliman regarding that was that the Brookings City Council adopted that letter in its whole with no additions or alterations.
Yeah, I got the same, but it still didn't have a date, and it still said draft, so not a big
Yes,
deal.
my original letter did not have a date on it either.
Okay.
That's the email that I got from Mr. Milliman on Monday, I believe.
Thank you.
So that is the letter that they did end up submitting.
Okay.
Thank you.
All right. Yes, ma'am.
Good morning, Phoebe Skinner, and I'm speaking as Phoebe Skinner / City Councilor Skinner.
Okay.
I've been asked about this issue as well as turnkey. I wasn't planning on speaking this morning. I was coming in to hear about water and development. But I would ask, I know it's the 17th and that letter's due the 19th, but I've been telling my constituents, I've been doing research. I would ask you pause before you send the letter today. What I have found so far in my research, and I'm just learning, it's fun being a student again, that the turnkey program in Gold Beach, and I had heard in Brookings too, but I'm not sure, the hotels in consideration are hotels that have not been seeing big business coming through, and the owners are considering willing to sell for that reason. So I don't know yet about the numbers for the TLT loss. And then in addition, the Gold Beach one, the application, because I was reading over their application to OCF, was for two populations. One, medically fragile, people without shelter. And then two, and this one as a former teacher really touched my heart, is for reuniting families who've been divided because of foster care systems. So in DHS, there's certain check boxes you have to go through in order to be reunited with your kids or kids reunited with their parents. And one of the big ones is housing. So what in my research so far in that application by the Curry Homeless Foundation, is that right? For the Gold Beach turnkey, is it's for those families. So they have everything in line. The parents have checked off all of these boxes. They just need somewhere to live. So those things I didn't hear in the other comments, and I don't know if you guys had got a chance to read through that because I hadn't until the end of last week or Monday morning. So,
I have not.
yeah, so that really caught my attention because I had heard from constituents a lot of feedback around concerns around drugs and those kinds of things. But when I saw that, it made me just want to do more research. And I know you guys are on short term with the OCF application and getting that feedback. And I know the Brookings and Gold Beach projects are different, which makes your job more complicated as commissioners. But I would encourage you to take today to look. Or tomorrow morning to look. If you're just going to be endorsing a letter from Brookings, you maybe could have that time to look, or let OCF go through their process. I don't know. Like I said, I'm still researching, but I just thought it was appropriate to share what I had found out so far.
So what's the Gold Beach City's stance right now?
We don't have a stance right now. It hasn't been presented to us yet. And so I know I'm doing research, I know the mayor's doing research, and we're trying to figure out what's going on, but it hasn't been presented to us yet. We just got all the documentation last week when the mayor requested it, but it was also put up online. We just hadn't seen it.
So it sounds to me like there's two different one.
It sounds like it, and I
proposals.
think there hasn't been a full discussion. I think that there's been obviously the concerns, but I don't know that everybody knows what's going on. So the meeting in Brookings, or I know our first meeting we had in the city, ours was much smaller, and it wasn't about Project Turnkey. It was just about the place and time and manner. But I don't feel that everybody's being represented. So I think that 65-35 or the other split might not be an authentic look at what the entire community is thinking about the issue. And
Yeah, I want to make sure I speak appropriately, though. The meeting that David Barnes referenced was in February, and yeah, that was 95%. So
that was the February meeting?
Yes. Wasn't it February when the Ophir School?
Oh, okay.
The meeting here.
Yeah.
The meeting here about the Ophir project.
Yes.
But then the meeting in Brookings about the turnkey project in Brookings, that was more recent, right?
That
was only last month.
Yeah, I believe that was last month. So
Did you say former teacher?
I am now working outside of the classroom to strengthen our community. I'm very excited to be able to do that. So,
Well, congratulations.
And to help improve our classrooms from the outside, right? Because we need a lot of support for our schools.
Those kids are going to miss you.
Yep. Thank you. So I'm still looking for
A motion?
I would support.
What I'd like to do is,
Brookings letter.
you would like to support that letter?
Yeah.
I'd like to make it subject to 2 days of review. I can have something for you Friday. And with the last public comment we had there, we might just want to incorporate that and see if there's something we're overlooking. I don't believe there is, but...
there's two different proposals, so I'm in agreement.
We're just talking
with,
about
yeah,
Brookings, though.
Yeah, just Brookings letter, yeah. So that would be my recommendation.
So I'm going to move that that the Curry County Board of Commissioners approve a support letter for the Brookings City Council on the turnkey project.
Yes, sir. I second that. All in favor say yes?
Yes.
I say yes. Motion carries 2-0. So we're getting close to 10:40. We had a 10:30.
Thank you.
Oh, you bet, Dave.
So I can start that now if you want.
Watershed thing, because we at 11 we have got to go to that public hearing. So
Jerome?
Got 20 minutes.
Can you hear us okay?
Yes, I can. Can you hear me?
Yes. Welcome. We wanted you to drive from Medford, but we're glad to have you on Zoom. He is the Southwest Regional Manager of the Oregon Water Resources, and we're just really glad to have you here, and really thankful you can be able to talk to the board and our citizens. So you're on. I'll let you take over the meeting there.
Okay, well, thank you, Commissioner Boyce. Commissioner Boyce invited me here today to both introduce myself to both the commissioners as well as the citizens of Curry County. Give a little background information for those who may not be familiar with Oregon Water Resources Department, provide some drought updates, some opportunities for current grant assistance for citizens who may be struggling with domestic wells, provide contacts for Curry County citizens as far as Oregon Water Resources Department staff, as well as address some legislative proposals of how we're trying to, as an organization, meet the future needs of Curry County and the rest of the region to support water security moving forward. So a little bit about myself. My name is Justin Dillon. I am the Southwest Region Manager for the Oregon Water Resources Department. The Southwest Region, we refer to it as the Great Southwest Region, is one of 5 regions within the Field Services Division here in Oregon. It encompasses Jackson, Josephine, Douglas, Coos, and Curry counties for District 13, 14, and 15. Coos Curry falls within District 14. And I'll give a little bit more information towards the end as far as how to get a hold of those staff and myself. The agency's mission is to serve the public by practicing and promoting responsible water management. Those are done by 2 key goals. Address Oregon's water supply needs. We know that's becoming more and more challenging. And restore and protect watersheds and stream flows for long-term sustainability of Oregon's economy. A couple updates on the organization. We've been fortunate here recently in the last 2 bienniums as a natural resource agency to find support through several legislative bills to invest in this organization to address some of our capacity needs and the needs of the region. Over the past 12 months, we've filled over 100 positions, which is a significant increase when compared to historical staffing. That's more than double our folks that we historically had in the field. Currently onboarding some of those folks. All those positions I said has been filled, but we're moving forward to deploying them. This, very confident, will help both Curry County and its citizens, policy planning, improve our stakeholder outreach and engagement, individuals trying to secure water rights, leases, and transfers, to name a few. A little background, December of 2017, through legislative action, the Water Resources Commission adopted Oregon's Integrated Water Resources Strategy, which was a framework to better understand and meet Oregon's in-stream and out-of-stream needs. Understanding that environment's changed 5 years later, the agency is currently focusing on collecting additional strategic data to inform the next water availability model and integrated resource strategy. As far as the region and District 14 staffing, I'm happy to say we've added 6 new regional assistant water masters to the Southwest region. The positions were added as a result specifically of HB 4061 to focus on cannabis-related water issues here in Southwest Oregon. But these positions have also added the capacity that have freed up other region staff and District 14 staff to focus on other water availability needs. The amount of complaints and the time that cannabis was absorbing was just monumental, and we weren't even able to get prior to all those complaints. I'm happy to say that we now have 6 staff working out of the District 14 office that supports Curry County. I think that's a big move and step forward as far as support to Curry. As recently as 2.5 to 3 years ago, all of District 14 was supported by one person, and that was the log master. Mm-hmm. For example, I'm pleased to say that we've got 3 staff today and tomorrow and overnighting working in Curry County, so that's exciting news. We've also hired 2 new assistant water masters for traditional funding for District 14. We also have a new well inspector in the region, so a whole bunch of new region staff, both new positions and folks that have either moved to other positions in the agency or outside of the agency. Real brief, some updates on drought. Obviously, that's kind of dominating the news for us these days in recent years. Statewide in August, precipitation was well below normal statewide, but Curry County, the far southwestern corner, fared slightly better than other areas. Southwest Curry County precipitation was near normal. As you move farther east, it was 25 to 50% below normal. Temperatures also statewide, as I think we all felt. We had 116 here in Medford. We're average 1 to 5 degrees above average. Again, Curry County, fortunately, was a little bit of low end on that increase. As far as moving forward, the 3-month seasonal outlook for what we can expect reflects above average temperatures statewide and near normal precipitation. Touching on stream flows, stream flows were increased and well above average statewide in Curry County, and I think this was largely attributed to our unexpected late spring kind of weekly rains we had there. I think we would have been in far worse shape overall as a state, but particularly here in the Southwest region, had we not received those. They were a bit of a Band-Aid, but they delayed some of the needs for irrigation. Brings me to my next one, the Dry Well Assistant Grant. I'm really happy to share this information with the community if you're not aware of it. We have a water well abandonment repair and replacement fund, affectionately referred to as the WARF. And it provides financial assistance to individuals and households, basically used primarily to abandon, repair, or replace a water well that was used for household purposes. These are specifically available to communities and regions who have been recently, going as far back as 2020, impacted by wildfire or drought. Given that Curry County has been under emergency drought declaration, the residents of Curry, this is open and available to them. It's just brief yesterday, there's still several millions of dollars available for this fiscal year in that fund. That program offers up to $40,000 in grant assistance to address those well needs. The department went with that $40,000 mark just because we wanted to ensure that we could cover the full replacement costs to support communities. This year, those funds are focused on low to moderate income households. And there's some additional criteria, such as, you need to own the property where the well is located, and you need to not have access to another water source, domestic water source, such as municipal. More information on that is available at the Oregon Water Resources Department's webpage, or by contacting the District 14 Water Master's Office. Phone and email information for both of those are available on our webpage. There's a link for that program right on the main page. It will give you a phone number and email directly to domestic well coordinator in Salem. I spoke to him just this morning. Or certainly our staff are always helpful, willing to assist with that. As far as some upcoming community outreach and engagement, there is a groundwater availability information and listening session tended to be scheduled. There's several around the state. The one closest to us is going to be in Medford on October 5th. I anticipate in the coming days that there will be a large public information push out through our normal media channels and networks, our public information webpage, and I'll certainly be glad to share that with the county commissioners. As far as some brief agenda items to allow folks to come in advance and join with any questions they may have or concerns. It's really based around doing that community and stakeholder outreach around Oregon's future groundwater allocation model. It has a Zoom option, so no one needs to travel to Medford to join and participate. I touched briefly on some of the Oregon Water Resource Department contacts for Curry County. Scott Ceciliani is the District 14 Water Master. I would have brought him in to introduce him to you today. He's on a well-deserved vacation, but hopefully we can provide updates as requested. I'm happy to be here today. And then, as I said, we have 5 additional staff available to Curry County residents, not including myself. I'm always available. As I said, both that phone number, 541-476-1288, or that email is available on our webpage. And then kind of to close out, just provide some information on some of the legislative concepts we're pushing forward and have support for FY23 legislation. You're going to see a lot of this focuses around providing additional funding opportunities, grant assistance, outreach and engagement, and strategic planning for communities to capitalize on, how do we better store and make water available. So water planning, looking to create a new fund, the Water Planning Fund, which would be multi-purpose grants for entities in counties such as Curry to help plan and prepare for their water future and security needs. There's a package focusing on adapting to climate change and drought. This adds some positions to help increase our drought response, mitigation, and improving our agency's ability to work with cities, districts, and others, both to promote concentration, identify vulnerable water systems, and work with these systems to improve the resiliency as we experience water scarcity and drought. I think we will see as we move into the coming years more coordinated planning on off-channel storage, similar to the reservoirs that we have elsewhere in the state, to basically capitalize and store more of that water when it is available, often in the winter months or high flows, so that it's available during these times. Other funding will stem around feasibility studies, and that's kind of the initial as communities identify a need, providing funds to bring in consultants to basically help do the evaluation that would be in preparation for a grant. Excuse me. And all of this really leads to, facilitating interagency and intergovernmental work groups. and that's adding some capacity and staff to really do more of this regional and basic coordination as we all have a common goal. And just to round this out, and then certainly open it to any questions you all may have, why I think those are important is one thing that we've learned as ARPA funds became available across the state and region is that those were really targeting shovel-ready projects. And if you didn't have that shovel-ready project, we kind of got missed. So I think as we can capitalize on these funding opportunities, project planning and engineering, we'll be ready when these funds or roll over become available again to basically get those fundings identified and captured. I talked at you here for about 10 minutes and just wanted to put a bunch of information out. I'm certainly happy to entertain any questions right now.
Director Dillon, you mentioned the isolation of Curry County, and sometimes we feel a little left out, can you hear us okay?
Yes.
Okay. But Oregon Water Resources has been very good to our county. You stepped in for Jake Johnstone and his staff, and you've hit the ground running, and you've just been really terrific to work with. Yes, you mentioned drought declaration. We did that last December, got a little bit of pushback. It was a 2-to-1 vote with the commissioners, but it does open up funding. I'm still trying very hard to get through my board here a water planning deal with through AOC, Association of Oregon Counties. That would open up. You mentioned shovel-ready projects, and so we've lost a little bit of time there, but I'm going to keep pushing on that and look for an opportunity to work with you and Scott. And thanks for referencing Curry County, and we need you to come over here as often as you can. And gosh, just everything from the well inspections and help for our citizens, and yes, it rains here a lot, but that doesn't mean we have perfect water tables, and we've learned that over the years. I certainly learned it in my lodge. Water management was everything, even though I had a big creek at each end of the property. So thank you again, and we just have a couple minutes here. Thanks.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
Thank you on that. And one thing I want to definitely communicate to the board is one of the things, being new, I've been here 4.5 months, that I really want to do is provide more of this coordinated outreach and support to be that voice that helps carry your message and your needs both forward to Salem as far as our agency, but I'm fortunate to be on some other strategy boards to suppress, the regional solutions team, that person is coordinated by a direct representative from the governor's office. So I really look forward to opportunities to support you and help move you forward. It's something I'm very interested in doing.
Justin, looks like we have a question from a staff member. Go ahead, Becky.
Hi, I'm Becky Crockett, the Curry County Planning Director. I just want to say kudos to Scott Cicilline for helping us and his staff. We know that they're overworked and could use some help, but at the same token, they do a pretty good job for us in working with specific applicants trying to get their projects up and running. So I just wanted to put that in.
Ditto.
Thank you for that, and I'm really excited about getting Scott some more capacity with these 6 other positions. Just had another one start yesterday, and I've got another one starting September 1st. It's taken a little time to get these folks coordinated and sped up, but I think we'll definitely have more capacity to improve communication and hopefully continue to help you as we move forward.
We have about 1 minute. Would you mind referencing the Oregon 100-year water plan and how that affects some of the rural areas? Some of our citizens are not impressed with that, and it's pretty comprehensive, but it's not without a little bit of controversy, as you know.
Sure. I think a really good opportunity for us and the citizens as we move forward will both be that to be a part of that coordination and communication and outreach to express those concerns. I think the groundwater availability, allocation and information session and outreach here October 5th will be a great time to express those concerns. It will inform as we move forward recommendations to the Oregon Water Resources Commission. And I think certainly as we improve our outreach having those opportunities to inform, the overall state's integrated approach to water management as we move to the next couple decades. You have to get your voice out there, but feel free to contact me so that I'm informed to carry this forward as well.
And we're very happy to hear about additional water masters. That was huge legislation, especially for rural Oregon, and we were getting down to bare bones, and as Director Crockett mentioned, good news on that. Thank you. We'll get you back here soon.
Yeah, thank you for inviting me. Happy to be here, and please, always interested in being a part of these meetings.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Director Dillon.
All right, have a great day.
Okay. Welcome, everybody. It's like I'm back in my brown uniform with all these eyes from Port Orford here. I love it. Carol Malley, who I nicknamed her O'Malley. I don't know. I always thought I said it for so many years, I always thought it was O'Malley. Till I got an email, there was O was left out. Was that on purpose, or? No, there is no O, but there was for I don't know how many years with UPS. Anyway, welcome everybody. We're going to open. We got 30 seconds before I read this. So
we didn't do too bad on timing today.
We are doing really good on timing. Yes, sir. No, actually, you folks don't need to turn in a public comment card. There'll be a time when we ask for public comment, and yeah, no, that's fine. That's for the Board of Commissioners meetings. There is a 3-minute public hearing or public comment time. Today we're going to limit it to 2 minutes, and it'll be anybody who wants to speak. So on that. So look at there, it's 11 o'clock, so I'm going to open this public hearing and say it is open and read this real quick. This is a legislative land use hearing for application ZOA 2022.1 amendments to the Curry County zoning ordinance. The hearing and adoption process is set forth in the CCZO. It is a 2 hearings process. The first hearing was held at the Planning Commission on July 21st, 2022. At the conclusion of that hearing, the Planning Commission voted to approve the code changes. If the BOC adopts or modifies and adopts the changes today, staff will, what's that?
That's probably Council Pope calling.
No, I think that's just a cell phone. And
sorry. Forgive me, Mr. Chair.
The governor's calling him to, anyway.
Council Pope, are you still on?
Yeah, he's still there.
Thank
Staff will bring back a final order with findings at the next BOC meeting on the September 7th consent agenda. Legislative land use decisions by the BOC are effective upon adoption. I will now ask for the staff report and then open the public hearing. Becky?
Thank you. I am Becky Crockett, the Curry County Planning Director. Thanks for the introduction of the topic, Application Zoning Ordinance Amendment 2022.1. Several changes to the Curry County zoning ordinance are proposed really to carry out 4 primary objectives. They include increasing housing opportunities in the R2 zone, regulation of short-term rentals using clear and objective standards, allowing accessory dwelling units on rural residential properties that's outside the urban growth boundary, and then defining requirements for the lot line adjustment. This requires a legislative review process, as was mentioned by the chair. The Planning Commission conducted the first evidentiary hearing on the application that was held on July 21st, 2022. The Planning Commission voted to approve and forward the amendments to the Board of Commissioners for their approval. Today, this is the second evidentiary hearing before the Board of Commissioners. The purpose of the hearing is to consider the recommended approval from the Curry County Planning Commission. Failure to raise an issue in person, by letter, or email prior to the close of the public comment period, or failure to provide sufficient specificity to afford the decision makers an opportunity to respond to an issue precludes an appeal to LUBA on this issue. Now I want to go into some of the details of what's being proposed. First of all, we want to talk about increasing housing opportunities in the R2 zoning district. The proposed amendments would increase the allowed housing units now for properties zoned R2. The change allows duplexes, triplexes, and fourplexes provided, and this is a very important provision of this zone change, provided sewerage, community water, and transportation services can be provided. And those three elements will severely limit the ability to have a triplex or even a fourplex. These are areas that are planned for future urban densities and represent one of the few opportunities for the county to be able to increase the potential to allow more housing in Curry County. Just a little bit of a background. The state of Oregon declared a housing emergency, and the legislature enacted House Bill 2001 as well as 2003 that both mandate larger cities, and they also encourage smaller jurisdictions to increase housing densities throughout the state. The effort is being led by DLCD, the Department of Land Conservation and Development, and its focus is to increase housing supply, affordability, density, and housing options that are available. DLCD granted Coos and Curry County funding for a housing study, which is underway already, under the monies that were set aside from that legislation. And the focus of that is, again, to increase housing opportunities in Curry County. In 2019, the Curry County Board of Commissioners declared a housing emergency for Curry County. And just recently, starting into this housing study that we got the funding for, data presented by Echo Northwest indicated that in the month of April 2022, the median home sale price in Curry County was $557,000. Essentially, a household would need to earn over $74,000 a year in order to afford a house in Curry County. So this precludes affordable housing options for most people. The proposed amendments to the R2 zone are expected to increase affordable housing options inside the urban growth boundary by incentivizing contractors to build more than just a one single family resident on a parcel of land. The second issue that I'm not going to give a lot of background about because we've had a lot of discussion, that's in regards to short-term rentals. The proposal is to regulate short-term rentals using what are called, in the land use arena, clear and objective standards. They would essentially, we would regulate them through an administrative conditional use process. And again, the standards are clear and objective standards in that if they are met for a property, that property would likely get a permit. However, there is an appeal process. That appeal process would go to the Planning Commission. The third issue that I mentioned earlier is that of allowing accessory dwelling units on rural residential zoned land. These are lands that are zoned residential but are outside the urban growth boundary. Allowing ADUs, as they're called, on rural residential zone properties is really governed by the 2021 Oregon legislature when they adopted Senate Bill 391. The significant provisions in law that we don't have a lot of flexibility in include a requirement that the ADU be within a fire district, can't be located more than 100 feet from the existing single-family dwelling, is restricted to 900 square feet. The parcel that it's on has to be at least 2 acres in size, and the ADU cannot be used as a vacation rental. So that legislation of allowing ADUs outside the urban growth boundary prohibits those becoming vacation rentals. The fourth issue that's proposed and is before you is defining requirements for a lot line adjustment. And really, this is just a matter of codifying our existing process on how we address proposals for lot line adjustments. The Planning Commission recommends the board approves and adopts ZOA 2022.1, which would give amendments to the Curry County zoning ordinance. I want to talk a little bit about some of the public comments. And we appreciate all the public comments. And I have to say, I know firsthand that the members of the board have read probably all of them and have asked staff a lot of really thoughtful questions. And the comments will weigh heavily on whatever decision that is before the board today. I have no doubt about that. The county is required to compile the comments into the record of hearing pursuant to ORS 197, which we are doing. The public notices in the 3 newspapers and posted on the Board of Commissioners website identifies that comments are to be sent to the planning department. Staff has worked hard to make sure we have all those that were inadvertently sent to the Board of Commissioners office. It was hard to get some of those comments out of the commissioners because they had packed them home and were making a lot of notes on them. So I know that they did get read. Regardless, and we tried to do our best to get the comments and post all of those received on the Board of Commissioners website. So I just want people to know that regardless of whether or not it was posted, we have included all of the comments into the record of the hearing. Essentially, I'm confident that my Savior, Jesus Christ, would appreciate that we're being diligent in following the letter of the law for the record. And in addition to that, we're doing our best to post the comments online for the public. We did receive 2 more comments just right before the hearing. We received a comment from Oregon Coast Alliance, and I do have some extra copies of those right here if people are interested, and a comment from Representative David Brock Smith. I do want to summarize the Oregon Coast Alliance letter. Essentially, they're asking the board to slow down in a considerable fashion to take into consideration a lot of the work and issues surrounding short-term rentals that are happening across the state of Oregon. They've also asked that the board, before they proceed forward with the changes, that they conduct housing studies to ascertain what our housing situation is. So I'm happy to say that we have some housing studies that we've completed, and we're well underway in a housing study that DLCD paid for us. I think that's all the things I need to say. I think that's it.
Okay, all right. Then the public hearing will now be, everybody will have a chance, a limit of 2 minutes each. If you have written testimony for the record, please provide a copy to the planning director. And I know there's a lot of people who want to talk, so who would like to be first? We got a gentleman getting up, so just if you state your name and then...
Be sure and adjust the microphone each time you come
This
up.
one? Which one? This one?
Either one, yeah.
Good evening, Commissioners. My name is Gregory Tidy. I'm a Port Orford City Councilman. I'm providing a letter that the City of Port Orford proposed for you. I'm sorry the mayor can't be here. He has a meeting with, he's also the port director there. Yep. So he can't be there today. He's got a meeting. Thank you for all your hard work in updating the land use regulations throughout the county. However, the City of Port Orford has concerns about the proposed code changes to the R2 zone in the urban growth boundary. Unlike Gold Beach and Brookings, Port Orford has an unusually large urban growth boundary, actually 2 times as larger than the city. Therefore, increasing the density of the urban growth boundary will also have significant strain on the city and its resources. The City of Port Orford Council, the Port Orford City Council had a special meeting Friday, August 12th, to address the concerns of the residents of Port Orford have with the proposed changes. It is felt throughout the community that the changes to allow additional use in the Port Orford urban growth boundary do not adequately address the city's concerns regarding housing and STR density, fire suppression, or water use. The community also would have appreciated outreach during the process of the code amendments and STR process regulations. Many areas of Port Orford's comprehensive plan and goals refer to the urban growth areas. One of those goals is the City of Port Orford to grow and annex properties to the UGB into the city in order to build the city out. The proposed changes would have affected the comprehensive plan that are unintended consequences of the enhanced density and the commercialization of the area through STRs. It is Port Orford's position that these effects should be researched prior to hastily adopting new code provisions. Based on the concern we are brought by the Port Orford City Council, we would like to respectfully request that the Board of Commissioners provide more time to develop code language and receive additional feedback from Port Orford community. We specifically request that a record of hearing be left open so that Port Orford can provide additional input as needed.
Thanks, Gregory. Okay, he broke the ground. Who would like to be second? Go ahead, ma'am. Oh, go ahead, and then Linda can go third.
Oh, sorry, wrong ma'am.
Nope, no, you're right.
Hi, Peg Reagan, Gold Beach, and I first want to say that the 2 minutes is really a problem for all of us who diligently prepared for the 3-minute cutoff. So
I'm going to make an executive decision and say everybody gets 3 minutes.
Thank you.
I don't think we need to vote on that, do we?
I think we just did.
Okay, first of all, we need, and the board needs, a longer process for all of this, and we need maps for each attachment. If the staff report is correct, the public notice went out after the Planning Commission workshop on May 19th and the public meeting on June 16th. It's no wonder that no public comments were received if the notice was published on June 24th and June 29th. That notice was in advance of the Planning Commissioner's public meeting and hearing of July 21st, but the notice was false advertising, if you will. For example, item 2B, regulating short-term rentals. Webster's dictionary defines regulating as, and I'm quoting, to govern or direct according to rule, end quote. And that sounds like a good thing to anyone who has experience with short-term rentals. But allowing them to proliferate throughout residential zones is a different matter entirely, and the notice does not reflect that that is what the county is considering. There is also no notice of the recreation center with high intensity use, which is a completely new use for the county. We need to consider each of these attachments separately, as in separate meetings for each one. Attachment B, separate issue, especially number 4, the Board of Commissioners preempting any permit review or appeal process, and item 5D, the board can't ever reject anything but only return it ad nauseum for new findings. Attachment D, separate issue, allowing STRs and ADUs in zone of, a quote, low density residential development, end quote. STRs are neither residential nor low density. Attachment E, separate issue. STRs are not residential uses. If you're going to allow them, it should be under other uses. Attachment F, separate issue. Same concern as E, but in a different zone. Attachment G, separate issue. R2, completely changes the zone from single-family dwellings to STRs, fourplexes, urban recreation, high intensity. For example, if you're going to allow a fourplex, but you're not going to expand the lot size you needed for a single-family dwelling to accommodate 4 times the sewage, I mean, that's what you've got in this language. Attachment H, separate issue, R3. This is the one zone where the existing ordinance says, and I'm quoting, housing of a higher density is appropriate within a UGB. Again, it should be decided separately and maybe the one place that fourplexes could be allowed, but not STRs. Attachment I, separate issue, rural commercial. There have been suggestions that STRs should be confined to commercial zones because they are not residential uses. But a new commercial establishment, and I'm quoting this language, is limited to serving the requirements of the rural area in which it is located, end quote. And that is not true of STRs. Attachment J, separate issue, light commercial. STRs do not, and I'm quoting again, cater to the needs of nearby residential areas, which is what the current ordinance language calls for. Attachments K and L, they're both ADUs. One is inside urban growth boundary, one is outside urban growth boundary. And those need to be considered separately from all this other stuff. Attachment M, high intensity recreation urban use, is a completely new issue and should be separate. Attachment N, STRs, again, separate issues. 8 pages of new language you expect people to provide public comment on, and whoever, I guess the board expects each of you to fully understand before you decide. Attachment O, property line adjustment. Again, 7 pages of new language. The staff report says the county surveyor, the planning department, the assessor's office expressed concerns with existing language, and so we've got this new language. But we need something directly from them that this new language actually addresses their concerns and solves the problem. Again, it should be a separate issue. I am going to give you a written comment of my comments, which unfortunately are in cursive, because I have heard that, yes, there have been problems getting public comments to the decision makers. So I'm going to be turning that in as well. Thank you.
Thank you. Linda?
Hi, my name's Linda Tarr. I live in the urban growth boundary of Port Orford, and I chair the Port Orford Watershed Council. I am appreciative of the efforts to begin regulating short-term rentals in the county. I would ask that you make 2 specific additions to these regulations. Please require that notice is given of the no burn restrictions that all residents must observe during the summer. Please require garbage receptacles that will not habituate wildlife to eating garbage, and advise visitors not to feed wildlife. As you know, the City of Port Orford has many challenges in providing adequate drinking water. The Port Orford Watershed Council works to help preserve the green infrastructure, which provides the natural sponge that is the first filtration and storage component on which the city is reliant for drinking water. I would invite you all and our county planner to read the Forest Management Plan, which will be completed in September. Integral to the recommendations is minimizing addition of impermeable surfaces and additional road building in the recharge areas for the North Fork of Hubbard Creek. For this reason, the UGB, which is also the drinking watershed for the city, is not the best place to encourage density. If the watershed is maintained in a healthy state, greater density within the city, which is part of the existing strategic plan, is possible. This year, we have seen a dramatic increase of forest cleared for housing. If the market responds to the increased density allowed by multi-unit dwellings, which can be STRs, it is reasonable to expect that resiliency to drought will decrease significantly and turbidity during winter storms will increase. Additional wells sufficient to serve the needs of visitors are ill-advised. The greatest amount of visitors come in the summer when the water supply is lowest. There is currently no oversight from the county for maintenance of existing septic systems. We know there are numerous problematic septic systems in the watershed of our secondary water supply, Garrison Lake. To add significant additional systems without effective monitoring by the county is reason for concern. In coastal ecosystems such as Port Orford's UGB, fire is most likely to be caused by humans. By providing the sufficient defensible space around the allowable multi-unit dwellings, the filtering and storage function of the forest will be lost. If we want to plan for sustained economic growth, protecting drinking water should be first priority. I urge you not to approve these changes without considering these serious implications. As you can see, the community would like to engage constructively in coming up with a better plan. Thank you for your work and for your careful consideration.
Thank you.
Thanks, Linda.
Who would like to be number 4? That lady raised her hand right there first.
And then Tim.
Tim, yep, you're next. Hello.
Thank you. My name is Florence Prescott, and I've lived for 21 years in the urban growth boundary of Port Orford, and I appreciate the opportunity to speak, and I really appreciate your efforts to regulate STRs. Most of my comments are about the public engagement aspect of this procedure. Most of us living in the North County were completely unaware of the County Planning Commission's process to make changes to the zoning regulations until late July. I'm aware that the Planning Commission did fulfill its minimal obligation to notify the public via newspaper. However, given that the Port Orford UGB is so large and involves so many residents, and given how huge the potential ramifications of increasing density and STRs in the UGB are, there should have been a lot more effort to engage with the community up in our area. The comprehensive plan between Port Orford and the county requires that there be coordination between the two entities with regard to changes like this. Coordination, in my mind, means reaching out to the parties involved in a meaningful way to determine what the needs of the specific area are and working together to craft appropriate directions, not just small print announcements in a newspaper that are easily missed and then calling it good even if no one contacts you. The county planning director stated at the recent Port Orford City Council workshop that she had never been up to our area to engage with anyone on this issue. Many of us, and I think it was 14 or so, maybe more, wrote in our comments and concerns to the Planning Commission before their July 21st meeting, but our comments were ignored. There was absolutely not enough public engagement on such big issues, and I urge you to hold off on your decision to pass the proposed zoning changes until coordinated work with the Port Orford Planning Commission and Council can take place. Ms. Crockett and David Brock-Smith and others have attempted to downplay the potential effect that these changes could bring upon the Port Orford UGB, but we're not convinced. Mr. Smith said the other day at the Port Orford Council special meeting that development in the UGB is not moving very quickly anyway, implying that we are worried about this issue for no good reason. But there are, in fact, numerous lots being cleared and sold for development at a very fast pace all over our area. The gold rush for development is on. Residents around our area receive solicitations from corporations like Vacasa to turn their properties into vacation rentals frequently. Sometimes more than once a month they get these solicitations. Fire, water, safety, noise, septic, traffic, affordable housing, property rights are all on the line with this decision. Certainly, ADUs and STRs can be a financial boost to families trying to pay their bills, but pushing for increased density and allowing all ADUs and multi-unit dwellings to become STRs adjacent to a very fragile watershed with inadequate fire and police protection is a recipe for disaster. Please hold open your decision until more substantial communication and crafting of changes which protect our watershed and are more sensible and agreeable to the residents of the Port Orford UGB can be reached. Thank you very much.
Thanks, Florence. Tim?
Hi there, I'm Tim Palmer, 608 Oregon Street in Port Orford. And first, I'd like to say that I support an effort to regulate vacation rentals and to add workforce and full-time housing in our communities. But I don't think this is the right approach, and I urge you not to take action on this proposal today. The current zoning we have has been the law of the land here for 40 years, and it's supported by a lot of people. So changing it should not be taken lightly. The zoning that we have has served well to protect us in the places where we live, in the homes that we cherish. And many people value our zoning for those reasons. So we should not go undermining it, at least without hearing from the people who are affected. The proposed changes would likely do nothing to increase our full-time workforce residential capacity. The new development that we'd see here is likely simply to go to more vacation rentals. And so I don't see this proposal as really helping us in regard to the urgent housing needs that we really have. In fact, it's conversion to vacation rentals that's created a lot of the housing crisis that we have today. My neighbor's a case in point. converted from a full-time residence of a working-class family to a vacation rental. Port Orford has an abundance of undeveloped land within the city limits. A lot of that land could be developed at higher density without the kind of objections that many people have to development outside the city limits, even within the urban growth boundary. And so I think better attention would be paid to increasing the density within the city limits within itself. Development outside of that raises additional problems of water supply from new water sources, of public services that would be needed, and of wildfire risk, which is not the least of our concerns here. Finally, and most important here, I'd say that very few people have been aware of this proposed change at all. The discussions within the County Planning Commission do nothing to change that fact. And it would simply not make sense for the commissioners to approve a change in zoning without hearing from the people who are directly affected in the homes where they live. And one more item, perhaps the most important thing at all, was not mentioned in the discussion of this change, and that's attachment B number 4, which allows the commissioners to preempt the existing planning process for other planning decisions that are made. And I think that's a very bad idea. We have a good process that's been in effect for decades here, and that should not be changed lightly, and certainly without even a notice of this in places like this meeting. So thank you for considering all these points, and good luck in the decision that you have to make.
Thanks, Tim. Next. Go ahead, ma'am.
Terry.
Hi there. Terry Stone. I'm a 42-year resident of Ophir, and I know that a lot of this is concerned the urban growth boundaries, but attachment N and specifically, and a couple others here, do address the similar changes for the 4 communities of Langlois, Agnes, Ophir, and Nasika Beach. And so I don't know if any of my neighbors even know about this, and I realize that I just agree with most of the folks here. Much more discussion and open hearings and things need to occur to get the word out. And I know the newspapers, nobody reads them. It's really, you've done your job by printing these things out, but in the summer is the worst possible time to be trying to gather people to express this, to get this information out and get the feedback back to you. That's just about it. I just agree with everyone here. We love where we live, and we need to protect it.
Thank you, Mayor. Who would like to be next? We've got somebody coming up.
Hi there. My name is Zoe Bradbury DeSura from Langlois.
Yeah.
Along with my family, I own and operate Valley Flora Farm. We're a small business. We have a workforce of about 7 people who help us grow food year-round. And we are particularly concerned with affordable housing because we, like many of the backbone businesses in the county, can pay $15 an hour, maybe up to $20, and that basically, and it's seasonal, so that creates a real hardship for people who are trying to afford to rent or own in our community. I really appreciate the fact that the question of affordable housing is on the table right now, but I feel like the way these proposed changes are written really is not addressing affordable housing. By opening up all new construction, new ADUs or development within the UGB to be short-term rentals, it essentially leaves it up to the free market to decide whether that's going to be long-term rental property or whether that's going to be vacation rental. And if it's the latter, it certainly doesn't serve employees like mine who are trying to figure out how to live and work here and feed our community. I think that the precedent has been set in other places in the state. Lincoln County is facing this right now, where they have basically had zero limits on short-term rentals. The community has been trying to cut back on that because they've had so many problems. And now they're in a place where, because they have allowed permission for landowners to operate short-term rentals, tried to revoke that right, that's now being challenged in court, which means that once you give people the opportunity to say, I want to run a vacation rental or do an Airbnb, you may never be able to change that, which means that the housing supply that we have, even if there's new housing coming online, if it gets diverted into vacation rentals, there's a chance that we would never recapture that for long-term rentals to support our actual local community here. So I think that's very concerning, because then what does that mean if we do continue to need more housing for permanent residents? Does that mean we start creeping into the rest of our land base that really shouldn't be tapped into farmland? Obviously, that's a topic close to my heart as a farmer who really appreciates the fact that we've had 50 years of really progressive, forward-thinking land use planning in Oregon. If you've traveled to any other state in the country, you will see the difference. You will cross the border to California, go to Washington, Idaho, Montana, East Coast, the South. I've been to all of these places and come home so grateful for Oregon, and so grateful for the fact that Senate Bill 100 was passed in the 70s to protect this place and to keep it smart, not be anti-growth, but keep it smart growth, to think about keeping our cities dense, keeping our farmland intact, keeping our working landscapes working. And I feel like this current set of proposals really doesn't place smart limits on the rules that would be applied to this new development. So I think there's a lot of really thoughtful, creative approaches that could be applied, not throw this out, not say we're anti-growth, but to look at it and say, okay, if you want to have an ADU and you want it to be a vacation rental, then the owner has to live in the primary residence. That will ensure that local residents can have that secondary stream of income to help support them in a place where it can be hard to make a living. If you want to incentivize long-term rentals, the county could be waiving permit fees for anyone who is agreeing to build an ADU for a long-term rental and keep it a long-term rental. You could require a minimum of 5 years from certificate of occupancy, or 15 years before a structure can become a short-term rental. So basically that kind of throws cold water on the gold rush of outside investors wanting to come in here, buy up properties, turn them all into short-term rentals, and essentially make that no longer available to local residents for long-term housing. Excuse me. It would also probably be smart to finish a more current housing study and understand, like, what is the existing supply of housing and the existence of STRs at this moment in time. And then a lot of places have decided, let's just put a percentage cap on the number of STRs that can exist in the county. Some people are landing on 2% as a balanced percentage that would keep the tourists coming, have a bed for them to spend the night in, but also make sure that we're not running ramshod through our local communities and making it impossible for the people who change those sheets to actually live and work here. So I, like everyone has said, I would really encourage you to postpone any kind of decision. I think that we need a lot more public insight. And I just want to stress that it's so much easier if we get it right at the outset rather than going back and trying to fix mistakes and poor policy, which is what I think we're seeing in places like Lincoln County right now. They're in court, it's expensive, there's lawyers. So why don't we just slow down and really all put our heads together? I think there's an enormous amount of intelligence and wisdom in this room and passion. And I think that we really could get it right, get it smart, and set ourselves up for the long haul for it to make sense for everyone. Thank you.
Thank you. Next. Yes, sir.
Good day, Commissioners. Thank you for the opportunity to testify. I understand we are tight on time, so I'll be brief.
Well,
my name is Clark Kusurik. I am a full-time resident of Port Orford's urban growth boundary at 92696 Knapp Road. I really appreciate the opportunity to come and express my concerns with the proposed changes to zoning in front of you today. I really appreciate the efforts to increase affordable housing for our local workforce and residents. It's an apparent need in Port Orford. However, the proposed changes, I think, attempt to bite off more than they can chew. And I feel, as a resident of the urban growth boundary, I've been effectively excluded from the process up until recently. I appreciate you reading my recent email. I even got a response. Thank you very much. And would like to invite you to slow down a little bit before we approve anything. Let's make sure that the public's been engaged. We've had an opportunity to express these concerns around short-term rentals. The honest truth is that there is a tide of money seeking returns. And these private equity companies would be perfectly content to turn our beautiful Curry County into a portfolio of short-term rentals. And I'm not opposed to short-term rentals, but I think we should have a ceiling on what we want that to look like. Thank you very much for your consideration on this important issue, and I appreciate the opportunity to speak.
Thanks.
Good morning, Bob Morrow, Langlois, Oregon.
Bob.
There's a lot to unpack here. Clearly, do I start with A or end with O? There is no doubt that the discussion of ADUs and STRs is critical. I am pleased that the topic is open for discussion, and I am deeply concerned with the single offering before you. Look at the community leaders who have taken the time today during a pandemic. We have business owners, spiritual leaders, property owners, elected officials from throughout the county. From the comments I've read, they all want to slow this down, break it into smaller chunks, and really honestly learn about the long-term impacts. My ardent hope is that you require a process with incremental steps, evolving over time. As growth in the county changes and tourism and worker needs evolve, we can change with that. Smart growth. What is proposed is a monumental leap into a massive unvetted package of CCZO changes from which there is no ability to alter course in the future. You need informational research to inform your decisions. I haven't seen any. You need economic data upon which to base your decisions. Haven't seen any. You need population growth forecasts upon which to base your decisions. You need environmental determinations to protect city watersheds. Where is it? The letter in the public record from DLCD, the Department of Land Conservation and Development, regarding county compliance is clear. For short-term rentals, this is, quote, any analysis of housing need in the county's comprehensive plan has to take into account the number of existing and projected STRs. Have you seen the required accounting for the number of existing STRs in Curry County? Not in this proposal. Have you seen the required number of projected STRs going forward? It should be included in this packet, but it's not. What is the economic projection of tourist traffic in each of the 3 incorporated areas of Curry County? Clueless. Take the high estimate of tourism for each municipality. What is the maximum STR requirement next year? 5 years? 10 years? You're basing a judgment on no information if you go forward today. What is the economic impact on the county, the cities? If all ADUs transitions to STRs, where will the locals stay? Attachment E, which focuses on rural communities, residential, RCR, specifically identifies Agnes, Langlois, Ophir, and Nasika Beach. Could the public see the analysis required by DLCD for STRs in these 4 communities? Not in the packet. It should be on your desk. It should be deeply considered. If not, this alone is reason for at least a continuance or a remand back to the Planning Commission until the required analytical documentation is available to the public. The documentation that DLCD requires. If you go forward as is there a simple way to reverse this decision in the future? Or will your successors have to fight it out one litigation at a time? What would you want? Why? So there's lots of questions, and the DLCD required answers are missing. Slow this down, break it down, piece by piece, and get it right. You don't have to rush into this. The future of Curry County is at stake. You owe it to the current residents of Curry County and to keep Curry County special for future residents as well. Smart choices. Thank you.
Who's next?
Hi.
Hi.
Hello. Hello. This one. Hello. My name is Kimberly Foster, and I live within the Port Orford UGB on Knapp Road. I'm a member of the Port Orford Watershed Council and Main Street. First off, I'm not wholly against STRs. When owned and operated by full-time local residents, they are quite often a vital source of income for middle-class citizens. As a board member for Port Orford Main Street, I personally worked to increase tourism and drive business to Port Orford. I'm an advertising and marketing technology professional as a matter of my day job. And I understand that tourism and TLT money is economically important, and I know how to use modern solutions to encourage more responsible visitors to our beautiful village. Conceptually, I'm also very much so on board with the goal to increase affordable housing in Curry County. I think everyone can agree there. However, what I find disappointing is the way in which these zoning changes have come about. Many people have talked about this, but, quote, the Board of Commissioners held a public workshop. Public notification was given for the workshop. No comments were received from the public during the workshop. This allegedly happened over and over and over for a year straight. I believe the taxpayers of Curry County deserve an apology. Director Crockett clearly observed that the strategy for engaging the public wasn't working well. Newspapers wasn't working time and time again. For a year, nothing was done to correct this. This was a failure to facilitate public participation. Even city officials were not invited, were left in the dark. When Planning Director Crockett came to Port Orford for the first and last workshop, she openly admitted on record that she had never come to North County to engage with the city before. This is interesting because Port Orford has the largest UGB in the state. So my question is, why adopt countywide zoning regulations that disproportionately affect a city that the planner openly admits they haven't engaged with? It's clearly zoning updates are not ready for prime time. They're not ready for a vote. This unfortunate lack of direct engagement with the public potentially even violates the essence of state land use planning goal number 1, requiring meaningful public participation. Public participation is important because both the permitting of STRs and the building of new multifamily units must be done strategically. For multifamily units, not only should they not be allowed to become STRs so that way they can be occupied by full-time residents who do desperately need affordable housing, the city should be able to strategically keep density at the center and annex areas in the UGB first to increase capacity outwards. So that way we can build precisely to city standards, and septic out in the UGB and water, these are challenging issues. Without a cap, how will that $2,000 permit fee help us? Wells on Knapp Road are already running dry, okay? Will it help me pay to dig a deeper well? Will that $2,000 permit fee help fund the understaffed fire department? Will it stop thieves from targeting our street when it's peppered with empty STRs during the winter instead of full-time neighbors? I love my neighbors. Neighbors protect neighbors in the UGB. Public safety resources are so scarce in the UGB. Why would we invite unwanted disruption into our rural neighborhoods where the nearest sheriff is over 30 minutes away here in Gold Beach? That's our nearest help. Okay? This is why in addition to an immediate cap on STR permits for our UGB, STR permits should not be granted to large outside investors who do not live here full-time and cannot be held directly responsible for their business. If these zoning changes are not meant to facilitate the interest of outside developers and investors who do not live here, please prove it. Please slow down. Work with citizens and local officials who want to talk to you. Set a cap and exclude outside firms with access to devastating new technologies who can instantly buy and cash flow properties on the internet with new algorithms and AI. They are going to leave middle-class, responsible, local STR owners in the dust with no ability to compete against them financially. We need protection. Please Prioritize the needs of local Curry citizens first and foremost. The BOC must defer its decision on the zoning amendments, continue the hearing, and leave the record open for further testimony. Thank you so much for your thoughtful and strategic consideration.
Next. Come on up.
Hi, my name is Claire Reynolds, 95641 Jerry's. Oh, okay. And slow down.
Move a little closer.
Okay. 95641 Jerry's Flat Road. I own and operate Claire Reynolds Vacation Rentals. I manage in the Gold Beach and Brookings area. So I want to acknowledge that maybe the dynamic is different going north in Langlois, Port Orford areas. But I would just like to start off with saying that I lost one of my hardest, most valuable contractors this summer because she had to leave town. She didn't have affordable housing to go to. None of the houses I manage were within her, if they were being rented residentially, were within her scope of being able to rent if they weren't STRs. So I do see the need for workforce housing. But again, as at previous meetings I've been to, a lot of the vacation rentals are not current vacation rentals that I work with and that down in this area are not designed initially for workforce housing, even if they were residential rentals. So I don't know, and again, maybe it's different down in Brookings and Gold Beach. I don't know how much of an impact that scope of regulating short-term rentals would have for the people that really need it. I have had homeowners saying, hey, how can I contribute? If we were to make an investment, how can we contribute in your area to workforce housing, like maybe a project or an investment or something like that? And I said, I don't know of anything happening like that right now. So maybe that would be something to look at. Another thing concerning the proposal right now is in my very first comments, and I just like to everyone know I hear a lot of things about not getting notices for the meetings. That's equally been a difficulty for the STR community. We did create Curry STR Roundtable, a group of homeowners wanting to look at really viable and healthy for the community solutions for short-term rentals in our area. And one of our biggest things is that we likewise were wanting to see reports and statistics on the impact of housing in our area. That's one thing we did request. But my initial comments at one of these meetings was that education for short-term rentals too, because that seemed to be one of the big issues was nuisance calls. And we don't want the Wild West of STRs. And I definitely think that education of STR homeowners, I heard garbage receptacles and who to contact in certain cases. I've had guests call me just this month, a broken water line. Hey, you might want to check it out. Roaming dogs. So, I mean, who do they call? And then I knew who to call. And I think through maybe a separate application process for STRs, homeowners, that they just have good neighbor policies presented to them at that time and contact lists and good trash receptacle policies and that kind of thing. I think there's really simple solutions on that end. So that's it. Thanks for your time. I appreciate it.
Thank you. Next. Go ahead. Go ahead, bud. Yep.
Good afternoon, gentlemen. Morning. My name is William Dooley. Bill to those who know me.
Yeah.
I live in a rural area between Sixes and Langlois. I have 5 acres. I do not have a neighbor that I can see or I can hear. And I don't want one. Okay? That's all I got to say.
Okay. On the right side of the highway, just past Stone Cipher Road, right, Mr. Dooley? Yeah.
But in Curry County.
I've been there a few times, yes, sir. Who would like to speak next? Okay, go ahead, Ann.
Good day, Commissioners. Very hard acts to follow here in our wonderful community. I appreciate that Curry is aiming to tackle these important planning issues, but I've got some concerns I've written to you about the proposed zoning amendments. I only have a little bit of time this morning, so I'll focus on a few things. Foremost, I urge you to take more time, consider Port Orford changes separately, and or consider the vacation rental and zoning parts separately, so that citizens in Port Orford and Curry County have the chance to better understand these many changes proposed. We need good maps, opportunities for people to ask questions and get answers, and more robust public engagement. I'm especially concerned about the proposed zoning amendments in the Port Orford Urban Growth Boundary, or the UGB. As you've heard, this is a very large area. We have the, and I'm going to give you a map, because the maps did not come through very well.
Thank you, Ann.
So you can see.
Thanks, Ann.
Oh, thank you. People in the audience, if you've not seen, the green area is twice the size of our city of Port Orford, so that's, seeing this visually helps you to understand why what people have been talking about, the disproportionate impact. The proposed changes will allow multiplexes throughout the UGB. We're told this will help with housing, but at the same time, they will all be allowed to go into vacation rentals. If the goal is housing, then no multiplexes in the UGB should be allowed to become vacation rentals. It's simple. Port Orford's water supply, you've heard, is already very low in the summer, so there should be no increase in density or intensity of housing in our drinking water watershed. There are other concerns, adding housing intensity in areas with higher fire risk. Commissioner Herzog, I know that you know from your old driving around 18th Street. Imagine more people, houses, and vacation renters up there in Cedar Terrace trying to get out if there's a wildfire or a fire caused, some other way by people. I worry that these and other concerns have not been sufficiently considered in this proposal for more intensive housing throughout our Port Orford UGB. I haven't had time to think about it in the rest of the county. This approach is better suited to bigger cities with sewer and water and fire hydrants, not for our small town and the surrounding rural areas. For all these reasons, I think it's important to provide meaningful, transparent coordination with Port Orford. Our city has a comp plan, policies, and goals that specify growing from the inside out for many good reasons. We're working on our water issues and have many vacant lots and derelict buildings inside our city that should be prioritized for housing development first. Finally, I am concerned, as others have mentioned, about attachment B4 that gives the BOC authority to preempt existing processes for land use decisions. I fear this would limit the opportunity for public input, which in my opinion leads to distrust of local government and to worse outcomes. The rest is fine, but I strongly urge you to remove Section 4. In conclusion, I ask you to please help build trust in our local government by listening and providing a more robust process to help get the proposed code changes just right. I appreciate the work on SDR regulation. It's so important, and we've heard many great ideas from citizens today about owner-hosted ideas or making sure there's fire awareness and restrictions for visitors and things like that. So many good ideas. Certainly, Planner Crockett has many good ideas she has in here already, but there's many more, and hopefully we could do better. Thank you very much.
Thanks, Ann. Who would like to speak next? Mr. Smith, next. Who wants to be next? James, you want to say something? Mr. Crook, I should say.
Yeah, hi, James Crook from Pistol River.
Yes, sir.
This is the first time I've just briefly went through this proposed ordinance. One factor that comes out that doesn't seem very well thought out, standard logging road is 14 feet in width, and you're mandating in this to have a minimum of a 16-foot wide road. So in our situation, what happens when you have a vacation rental that's been there since 1936 and it has a 14-foot road? you're non-compliant. So do we have to build a gabion wall that's extremely expensive to widen that road up on an ocean bluff? It seems pretty punitive to have some of these requirements. Also, are we only concerned with vacation rental safety? What about monthly rental safety? What about the safety of all citizens living in Curry County, having fire alarms and egress windows and whatnot? Has that been discussed? Because we should be concerned with all, health and safety issues. If you're not using this just to tax, because it appears that this is a tax. It's a way to generate revenue. You're citing fire and other safety issues that lawfully built homes at the time they were built now have to be brought up to a new code. And again, that appears to be either punitive or it appears to be a way to tax. So that's pretty much all. I think there needs to be a little more thought into it. I think we're going down this road, whether we like it or not. But I would like you to consider people that have been doing this far before, for a long time, and maybe factoring that in. I mean, there's opening up the process to a land use decision means that everybody has public input, so the citizens that have more newly come to Curry County seem to want to stop the development after they've arrived. They're concerned about the watershed. Well, when Bill Clinton nuked the timber, that's now the timber harvest is now grown. The forests are now dense. It's now pushed elk and deer into our ranch land. My entire life, we didn't have elk on our property. Now we have 40 elk. What's the impact of that elk sign on the watershed? That should be a factor as well, because I don't want to drink that either. So, I mean, there's processes that are well beyond what we're discussing here that affect watershed and other issues. If you follow DEQ rules, it works really well. Septics work really well. I've installed them for 25 years. So I think there's a lot of red herrings that are thrown out in terms of trying to affect a land use, decision in favor of their proposal, and it's not real science. But anyway, that's it.
All right, thanks, James. Who would like to speak next?
So hi, my name is Michelle Hanna. I am a Port Orford resident living in the UG or urban growth boundary, and I'm a new resident there. I've lived in Curry County for almost 20 years. I have also had a really hard time with the rents being raised in the last, 5 years. They seem to have really exploded. And I was actually homeless at one time, living in a vehicle, trying to not be the person on the sides of the roads, even with 2 full-time jobs. And so I'm really concerned about the provisions that you are proposing here for workforce housing. I think that it is something that we really need to be paying attention to. I would like to, I'm kind of blowing away the letter that I wrote because I feel like all the things that I have in here and looking at the comprehensive plan for Curry County have actually been raised. So I would just like to ask you to slow this process down, give people the chance to respond, really publicize meetings and workshops so that people actually have a voice. I feel like you will go much further in this county if people back you. Right now, I feel like this has been a surprise, even though I'm educated and I see, posters and try and follow the newspapers. I can't afford a newspaper all the time, so I missed the meetings that you have had. I feel like you should post things where people go, like the post office. I know in Port Orford, that's where I get a lot of the information that's happening in this town. I feel like with the virus that we've had, the pandemic, a lot of people have been avoiding the resources that we have, like the public libraries, and that would be another place to post. I feel like the Board of Commissioners have not really, made it an accessible meeting for the people, the local people that have concerns. Please slow this down and take this people's voices into consideration. Thank you.
Thank you. So real quick, I got a question for the Pope. Anthony Pope, are you still with us?
Yes, I'm still here.
So it's 12:03. Do we just, I know JJ needs to go to lunch, so do we keep going or?
Yeah, let's keep going.
Is there a ruling on that?
As long as JJ's okay with that, I think it'd be best to keep going and finish up the hearing before lunch if possible.
JJ, I'm going to let you go home early on Friday afternoon. How's that? That doesn't get a clap? Come on. Anyway, so we're going to keep going as our county council's recommendation. So who would like to speak next? David Barnes, or this gentleman right here?
Excuse me?
Oh, did you want to speak? No, okay. Yes, sir.
Yes, sir. Thank you for letting me speak. My name is Greg Thielen. I live in Port Orford. I'm on the Port Orford Planning Commission.
Okay.
I'm speaking as a citizen here, obviously.
Yep.
The Port Orford Planning Commission has been looking at short-term rentals since February. We've done quite a bit of research, and my concern is the fabric of the community and what can happen if there are too many short-term rentals. Planners generally recommend for sustainability and for community, they recommend that short-term rentals are in-house, that people rent out part of their house so they don't lose that home to full-time residents. If too many houses are left to short-term rentals, to transient people, the neighborhood suffers. I understand that a lot of jurisdictions do allow short-term rentals that are not homestays, that they are freestanding, and this has been proposed. But when this has been proposed, what needs to go along with that is a cap. Unrestricted short-term rentals in any neighborhood or any area, it essentially kills the area. It kills the neighborhood quality. It reduces the amount of people that can volunteer for the fire department, which is an issue we have in Port Orford right now. Port Orford the Planning Commission is recommending to this, probably will be recommending to the City Council that a cap be placed on the total number of short-term rentals. You have in your city of Gold Beach a cap. That cap has been placed to protect the neighborhoods. The cap in Gold Beach right now is 21. Other recent areas that have adopted short-term rental regulation, like Coos Bay, has just also instituted a cap. Caps are the key to are one key to maintaining livability of neighborhoods. That's just one little piece of this proposal that I just wanted to address. The other little piece would be non-transferability of short-term rentals. That if short-term rentals are businesses, and as such really don't belong in. They're generally not zoned to be in residential neighborhoods. So it's kind of a special case, but we shouldn't let this special case get out of hand. So non-transferability and a cap on the short-term rentals. I believe the cap should be in each urban growth boundary. There should be there should be research done about how many there should be in each area, and throughout the county also. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Toby, are you leaving or coming to talk?
Oh, I'm leaving.
Okay.
It's your lucky day.
Thank you, John and Toby. Thanks for coming. Yes, sir.
Gentlemen, my name's Lauren Kessler. I live at 1090 12th Street, Port Orford, and I'm also on the City Council of Port Orford, and I understand what it's like when you take on a project like this and have to read, change, reread, and everything else. But I think you've heard from your constituents, mine, but yours as well, that people are asking for a bit of a slowdown, no hurry, Curry, and to actually take a broader look at this idea and what it's going to change and what it may change for the good or the worse, but we need to talk about it. And what we would like, and you know, we've done this before. I see Commissioner Boyce all over the place and up near our place. I see him at Rotary. I see him at other places. We would like maybe in all the major cities, the communities in Curry County, you have a town hall where you actually, you know, talk to the people and they can come locally and do this. And I'm going to ask that you please have it in the evenings where the people who work can actually attend, because this, you know, I'm lucky. I substitute teach when school's on, but I don't have to and essentially take off work. But some people here did take off work because this was so critical for them. There are just some other things as well in the wording, and I think Ms. Crockett did a wonderful job. But contractors don't decide what to build. Usually the homeowner or the landowner tells them what they want. Okay, so it's not the contractor that's going to say, oh, I'm going to build this place, unless they are a big contractor and they have a lot of money and buy the property and understand. But the landowner is going to tell the contractor what they want there. And that's what happens. The other issue is, as you know, we're having tremendous issues with water. We get our water from up on the hills that run down. It's all in the Hubbard Creek area. It's all the same water. You start putting houses on there doing 12,000 gallons a day. That's a lot of poop going into the ground, and it's only going to go one place, down into the water table. So I think there needs to be some regulations that are done early, not late. We found in Port Orford that if you let things slide, it's a slippery slope. And once people start doing things, they go, well, those people did it, why can't we? So to put things in place and not have rules for everything that you're going to affect becomes a real challenge, because people can challenge you legally, as was talked about here, and they will, because the people that are coming into the new place, the Southwest Oregon coast, they will have money. And the idea about Vicasa, I get one for my house every 2 weeks from them saying, wouldn't you like to go somewhere else? No, I moved here. But it basically says we can make sure that you're comfortable, you know, whatever that means to them. But they're offering us money to trade up our houses. And I just want to say, STR people are absolutely right. Once a house is either built that way or converted from a regular home, it absolutely is not affordable as a house, and the payments to use as a monthly rental house. It just isn't. So those are some of the other reasons that we need to look into things. But I think a little road trip for you guys, and we'll graciously, you know, Port Orford, maybe give you some Dungeness crab or something like that. You know, and we'll share dinner or something, which it's always good to talk over dinner. I've been worldwide. That seems to be the icebreaker. But come and talk to us. Let us ask you questions and bring the person who made the plans. Let her answer some questions. Maybe hear some new ideas. But we need to kind of cool our jets on this, and I think move slower, because it will affect us for years and years and years beyond us in this room, and that's the concern. Thank you very much, gentlemen, for letting us come and talk today. And thank you for your work.
Thank you. DBS is next.
Good afternoon at this point, Commissioners. David Brock Smith, also from Port Orford, and your state representative. You've heard a lot of impassioned conversation today, some from older residents and some from newer. As you know, I'm a third generation resident of Curry County. I've served on the Curry County Planning Commission. I've served as the council president for the city of Port Orford, and now as your state representative, and that's been for nearly 2 decades. I have been working in public service to help move forward managed growth in our community of Port Orford and our community of Gold Beach and Curry County, and now a much larger district throughout Southwest Oregon. You have a letter that's already been submitted for the record, so I won't try to dive into all of that. But I did want to try to unpack some things that were said today. I testified on the House floor in 2019 don't quote me on 19, when rent control was passed in the state, to the fact that it's going to push our coastal communities to more short-term rentals rather than pull long-term rentals out of our communities and our market. I appreciate the fact that the city of Port Orford is moving forward with regulations on short-term rentals that do not currently exist because it's needed. But I also appreciate very much that the county has had the foresight to work on this issue and have these regulations and put these regulations forward because they are needed. And they're done so in a way that's actually quite brilliant. Utilizing the land use decision, and you have 3 now code enforcement officers at the county that can assist in making sure that those regulations are enforced. And to some of the comments today, you're having a situation where short-term rentals, or STRs, are already currently allowed in the UGB. And there's not this plethora and drive to build these short-term rentals in the UGB as of today. These regulations are actually going to restrict that opportunity in moving forward. In the comments with regards to multifamily housing and multiplexes, well, if you look in 2019, then House Speaker Tina Kotek passed House Bill 2001 that actually put in state statute that to actually allow for multifamily housing within the UGBs of our communities throughout the state, to increase the opportunity for affordable and workforce housing for our residents in those areas. And then there's been comments today. We have state laws, very strict land use laws when it comes to siting property and building property to be able to have adequate water, to be able to have adequate septic systems that are highly regulated through DEQ and so forth. And even City Administrator Ginsburg in Port Orford, in her 812 staff report, spoke about the fact that that you would need 5-acre property to build, to be able to build a fourplex. However, there are very few places that would have 5 acres available. The biggest parcels on the east side of UGB are owned by the city because we protected the watershed when I was the council president up there and bought the 140 acres that was recently logged so we can protect the Hubbards Creek watershed. And then on the north and the farthest side of the UGB are wetlands, and you cannot build within 50 feet of them. And so when it comes to fire, I'll address that real quick. You already have density within the urban growth boundary. You have density in Cedar Terrace, you have density on Port Orford Loop, you have density on Knapp Road, you have density on Silver Butte. Density already exists in these areas, and Port Orford contracts with the Rural Fire Protection District to be able to supply those services to the citizens within the community, as well as the citizens pay taxes to the Rural Fire Protection District as they develop outside of the community. And these, again, are highly regulated, especially with the new Senate Bill 760 762 and what we're dealing with those fire regulations across the state. And so, let me just look at my notes here. In closing, commissioners, I know, again, you've heard a lot of impassioned speech, but these conversations have been happening for for well over a year. And this is a positive step forward to make sure that we have the ability to have opportunities to grow housing in our communities throughout the UGB. And so I would encourage you to move forward today and pass these regulations so that we can get those regulations in the books and so that we can move forward with the zoning changes that, as you know, are actually assisting in complying with state law that is already passed. Thank you.
Thank you. Yes, ma'am?
Hi, thank you for the opportunity to speak. My name is Ann Schmier. I'm a resident of Port Orford. I agree with the plethora of comments regarding STRs. I think that has been well sort of documented and elucidated. And I would just say that what has been proposed is a very complex set of recommendations from the Planning Commission. The piece that I would like to address today is affordable housing. And I take this from a personal experience. I took a job in Port Orford as a paying job, and I could not find a place to live. This was over 6 years ago. And it wasn't until a friend of a friend of a friend said, okay, I will rent my place to you, that I was able to find an affordable place to live. Most of the places available at that time were short-term rentals, $100, $150 a night. That was by no means affordable for me to be able, and I was looking at pitching a tent at Cape Blanco as just finding a place to land so I could go to work. That problem has increased exponentially since I've been there. Down the street from me, there was a duplex that has been converted, nice, small little apartments that has been converted to a short-term rental. I know people that lived there, they are members of the community, and they had to find places elsewhere to live. I'm very distressed when we hire a new teacher or we have people working in a business that say, my worker needs a place to live in Port Orford, and there is no place for them to even go. These are people that have jobs. They want to be part of our community. And this, I feel, is a very pressing issue that we need to address for our teachers and for our workers in our communities. And it's separate from STRs. The incentive to provide to provide opportunities for STRs just makes the problem worse. If you allow STRs, the money is in STRs. It's not in providing housing for working people in our communities. And I really wish you would try to put an emphasis on that, because that's going to grow our communities. They're going to support the other businesses, the grocery stores, et cetera, restaurants in our areas year-round, not just during the summer. And I really would like you to at least address that first before you consider any more STRs in our communities.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you.
And you're the only one that spoke that had thunder accompanying you.
Okay, anybody else like to speak? Public yes, yes, sir.
My comments are quite a bit shorter, but no sweeter.
Okay. Name and address?
John Cervini, and I live on Arizona Street,
There
just
you go.
outside the city limits.
Yep.
In the R2 zoning. And I'd like to introduce a couple of specific terms here. The first one is saltwater intrusion. The second one is nitrate pollution. Some of you may already know these terms. If these zoning changes are approved, you and your successors will come to know these terms very well. Aquifer depletion and nitrate pollution are slow processes, so this council will probably not get the blame, but will bear the responsibility. Please address water and sewer infrastructure before you approve high-density development on the outskirts of the city. Thank you.
Thank you, John. Would anybody else like to speak? Okay, we're getting really... Oh, go ahead. Yep, you stood up in time. That's okay.
Hi, I'm Joy Wolf, and I live on 93715 Elk River Road.
Okay.
So I'm outside the growth, but I am threatened, I guess you'd say, by growth in my neck of the woods. So I'm surrounded by ranching, and I love it. And it is possibly going to end because there's a over 200 acre land that is going to be sold to an outside investor, and I just want to sort of emphasize to you that it's important, if you are going to put a moratorium on the short-term rentals in the city and outside the city, please consider, everywhere. I also wanted to point out that my handyman of many years now has no time for me because I feel like I have first word on what's going on with these short-term rentals, because he has become a contractor now and has sort of been swooped up with the wealthy people that do not live here, that are building these, buying land and putting these fourplexes, and they go for $400 and $500 a night. I mean, it is not for people who live in Port Orford or want to stay here. So I think I'll just end with that. Thank you.
Thank you. Anybody else like to speak?
Can you go twice?
No.
I'm Joetta Lawrence, and I live in Port Orford on Coast Guard Hill Road. And I just was so impressed with all the information given here tonight, and I totally agree with the majority. I just wanted to let you know I moved from Montana, a small town, and it's been discovered, just like our area is being discovered. And it has not had good planning. My girlfriend, who I talked to, she knows 3 women, separate women. One has 2 children. Another one has a business, a kennel. 2 of them had been good renters for 16 years with one landlord. Every one of them has been given a month termination because their property is turning into a short-term rental. So I think people want you to go slow, but people are already starting that happening here. And so I think you need to really get on it and be thorough.
Okay. All right.
Not too much pressure.
No.
But, it's already happening, and it's scary. It really is. Thank you.
Ma'am.
You ready? Are we ready? No, one more.
Come on up.
Hi, I'm Deborah Boutrone, and I live in the urban
Pull the
growth,
microphones down.
You can move those. Yep.
There you go. Thank
urban
you.
growth boundary of Port Orford. We've been here 14 years, and we do have a water problem at the end of the summer. It becomes very scarce. We have to be very careful, and there's a lot of growth going on in Cedar Terrace area right now. New houses going up that are going to be using the same springs and creeks and the aquifer. So it's a big concern for us that it be taken into consideration. And all the comments made here today have been really good, and we hope very much that you'll slow down this process and take them into account. Thank you.
Anybody else like to speak? Anybody in the hallway? Okay, you've been a good director. Okay, so if that's it, I'm going to close. I will close the.
I'd like to make a couple motions.
Well, just a second.
Yeah.
So we will, at the conclusion of the public testimony, ask planning director to address any questions not answered by the BOC. So we are there right now, right?
We are there. The question or the issue is, do you have any more questions based on the public testimony?
Okay. Gord?
No, I took a lot of notes. I do not have any additional questions.
Lots of questions were asked. I have no questions. I'm ready to make a decision.
Okay.
So we are asked for a motion to close the hearing and close the record.
Was that a motion, Mr. Chair?
Well, it's a request.
Okay. I know you and I love all these people that testified today.
We do.
And we appreciate very much that they took the time and came here. Amendments to the Curry County zoning ordinance. Yes, I'm going to make a motion, number 1, to close the public hearing and close the record, Mr. Chair.
Okay. BOC discussion on closing the public record and close the record. So we got a motion. I'll second that. And I'll ask for discussion.
No discussion here, Mr.
Okay.
Chair.
Vote to close the hearing on. Also, I'll ask for a vote. All in favor say yes.
Yes.
I say yes. Motion carries 2-0. Motion carries. Motion passes.
Mr. Chair, if I may.
Yes, sir.
My second motion, fire and housing are my number 1 and 2 issues, and I've devoted a lot of time to that. The testimony really helped today. So the motion is to approve or modify the recommendations from the Planning Commission regarding application ZOA 2022.1, amending the Curry County zoning ordinance. And if I may just comment, I'm absolutely convinced that this will regulate short-term rentals, help us. It will increase housing opportunities. It will put ADUs in the right category. And the lot line adjustment, that's not as big, but that's an important one as well. So tough decision today, but that's my motion, sir.
And I want the public to know, I don't think anybody here knows Port Orford as well as I do on this board. Court was raised kind of up there a little bit, but for 30 years I delivered to Port Orford and Sixes. And as a county commissioner, I am telling you that with the vote that's going to happen today, that if we move forward with this, I promise you that if it gets, it's not going to be the wild, wild west. It won't, Tim. I promise you. I promise you, because we won't let it happen. We have got a fantastic planning director at the county.
And commission.
And commissioner and planning commission who recommends that we do this. All 3 of us, if Chris was here, he's in favor of this too. We've looked at this, and it's not going to be a willy-nilly thing. We're going to regulate STRs properly, and we got to. It's been mentioned that we have a code enforcement agency now. I hear your concerns, but I know that in my heart that we're going to do it correctly. Because I'm still the guy who delivered your packages, but I'm just sitting in this chair now. But I promise you it'll happen. And if it doesn't, this isn't in stone. No, it's not. It's not. We can, just like we...
That's all. It's not in stone. It's written in law.
No, but Tim, listen. Even if, just like this would be, we're changing it right now, we can change it again. If things go crazy, we can change it.
Do you have the money to
No.
go in a lawsuit?
No,
You've heard what people want you to do, and you don't care. You don't want to.
We do. but we want to regulate it. It's willy-nilly right now.
Don't do the rest.
Pardon me?
There's a piece you can do without doing all the rest of it. You can require permits for vacation rentals. That's what you're talking about.
You still
can do
need a
that
second
alone.
motion, Commissioner.
Pardon me?
You still need a second motion.
Yeah.
I'll second that motion. This is discussion.
Call for the question.
I'd like to say something, John.
Okay.
When I put my home in there in 99, okay, we didn't have zoning. We didn't have any. But the people sitting here at some time after I put my home in decided that the minimum would be 5 acres for one home. As you well know, my mom and dad's home is still sitting on their side of the 2 properties. I have 2 properties, neither one of them are legal under the present zoning, but if you change it, I know I'm already being pressured to build. How can I resist once you change the zoning so that they can put 3 and 4 units in there?
Bill, they will not be able to put units in if it doesn't meet the requirements of the zoning changes, the land use regulations that we have in store right now, right? Just because it says you can build a 4-plex, you can't just go willy-nilly build a 4-plex. That means you have to have water and sewer for 12 bedrooms. And
But there is no sewer. There is no sewer.
So the public comment period is closed.
Really nice producing wells. Okay?
Yes, sir.
And I have 5 acres that I can put out fall lines for septic tanks.
Why the hurry?
I could do that.
I apologize, but the public hearing is closed, but I just want to re-emphasize that why the hurry is because this needs to be regulated. At the county, we get tons and tons of complaints. Now, I sat here quietly. I sat here quietly and listened to everybody, so I expect the same. Please. So right now, we are getting tons of complaints about short-term rentals. And it's not the folks that are doing it correctly, it's the folks that aren't doing it correctly. And there is a lot of folks out there who have short-term rentals that will not be short-term rentals after today.
Well,
because
APRs is one of the biggest problems that we have.
I know, so they need to be regulated,
Yeah, we're
Bill.
going to deal with it.
So we're going to regulate those and come in and say, you have to they have to meet these regulations.
Can you do that within the city limits?
Nope. We're talking county. This is the county. The city is the city. So, nope, this is a county. Am I right, Becky?
Yes. Yes.
Can you speak anything else to?
I'm not sure anything I say is going to change the temperature in the room. I can answer questions. The question seems to be a mixture of short-term rentals and the R2 zone, allowing duplexes, triplexes, and in the very remote possibility, a 4-plex. Short-term rentals is a problem in Curry County. We get questions downstairs every day, sometimes 3 and 4 questions, and they go both sides of the fence. Some of them are people in opposition and have terrible experiences with their next door neighbor in a short-term rental. The other side of it is there are a lot of people here that want to have supplemental income and want to turn buildings on their properties into short-term rentals. If the county does not regulate short-term rentals, it will just increase. And actually, the last year, it has increased substantially the amount of issues that have come to the planning department on both sides about short-term rentals. The one thing that is clear based on the conversations that we've had with people on short-term rentals is the regulations are strict. And you did hear from one person who came to the microphone and said he couldn't meet the 16-foot width requirement for the road. That is only one of several very stringent requirements that these people will have to meet. We know for a fact that we have people renting structures without permits for short-term rentals. We have multiple people that are operating short-term rentals that will not meet fire life safety requirements. There will be a lot of people that will no longer be in the business of a short-term rental, which this room may fill up with those people being concerned about a decision the commissioners make regarding regulations. The expectation is that for those folks where their building no longer can meet the requirements for a short-term rental, that will either go to a long-term rental or be put back on the market and be sold, and increases the possibility of the housing supply. In terms of the R2 zone, it's important to recognize that we work with contractors every day, all day long. That's who we deal with downstairs. A contractor in Curry County is more concerned with making money and working for somebody building a mega house, as I would refer to them. In Curry County, we have too many of those, personally, I believe, rather than focusing on making affordable housing. Okay, so the issue is, and we've had several contractors say, well, I can't really afford to build a single family home that's kind of, well, medium or low end. I could afford to do that if it was a duplex or a triplex. So for those properties where you can get sewage in the ground, a septic system, and you can build, probably most likely we're expecting a duplex, because you have to have community water to hook up to create a 6,000 square foot piece out of that land. You have to have a well or a stream if it's something less. We don't expect a rush on triplexes or a rush on fourplexes. That's not realistic. We may see a lot of duplexes on properties that are an acre in size. The minimum lot size in the R2 zone without community water, without septic service, is 1 acre. So we're not expecting to be a dense community as a result of these regulations. If anything, if you look at that scenario and say, okay, I'm going to develop my 1 acre for, let's say, a triplex. If sewer and community water do become available, that same acre can house up to 7 dwellings based on the current zoning code. So long term, with these regulations, the amount of density that would occur in the R2 zone is actually less than what is currently planned according to the code. I think I said enough.
Quickly, Mr. Chair. If we could just look right here real quick. Just somebody referenced housing studies. This is a grant that Director Crockett, Coos County Planning Director Rolfe, Coos County Commissioner Cribbins and I worked on. This is July 7th. It's not done, but it's very informative. Anybody wants a copy of this, just to let you know that we are updating, and this issue is so incredibly close to our hearts. I'd be glad to send it to you. Stay tuned, because it's evolving into, it's not just another study. I am very confident to report that to you.
Becky, I hate to, but one more. Can you answer one more question? So I've publicly said that if things go crazy, we can change this, right?
I think there's a couple of things to consider, and I really appreciated the testimony on the potential need for a cap on short-term rentals. I think all of us are in that same mindset in not wanting to turn this community upside down, either in Brookings, Harbor, Port Orford, or, we don't want that. To risk transitioning to a vacation village throughout Curry County would be detrimental to all of us. So we may have a situation where after we get 500 applications for short-term rentals downstairs and we shut the rest of them down that can't meet the requirements, we come back to the commissioners and say, this is unrealistic, this is not working, the communities are stressed as far as being able to accommodate more of these. And part of that has to come from the folks that live in these places. I think it's important to continue to have these discussions, but I do expect we will come to that and come back to the board and say we've got enough.
Yes, ma'am.
I just want to make a suggestion, since it seems like you are determined to pass this whole thing today. And again, I want to encourage you just to do, since STR seems to be the big thing, just do attachment N. If you want to get something going today, require only residents. We've heard about that. Require a tap now, not after it's too late. I bet if you did one public workshop with public notice just on attachment N, with like a 2-week deadline, and then if you choose a date, well, choose a date for next week. That's the date you're going to have a meeting. Get the public notice out. Get it scheduled for the Board of Commissioners agenda for your vote for a final decision, say mid-September. You still would have met your goal of get something going now, but you will have opened it up a little bit to be able to consider the things that you hear people say, we want this, you hear other people say, we want that. Well, consider those particular things, but move forward and get the restrictions in as you want to do it.
We should have a motion on the floor.
We have a motion and a second, and I just want to reiterate that we're going to be watching this. We have got a planning commission that has made this recommendation. And you folks know, if you have somebody working for you and they make a recommendation and we've looked at it and we've studied it, or otherwise, why do we have a planning commission? It makes no sense to me. We are going to go, we're going to vote right now. All in favor say yes.
Yes.
I vote yes. Motion carries 2-0. I do want to thank you all for coming. I do.
Commissioner Boyce, that housing study sounds really great. It would have been, maybe we would have foreshadowed this whole meeting. And if we had known about that study and see if it's as good as you say and shows what you want.
We're going to take a break.
Well,
Lauren, yeah, it's just one of the aspects we're working on, though. We've got another grant.
Of hospitals.
All right, welcome back, folks. We've had a lunch break and we're in regular meeting. Discussion action item 6E, adopt historic road department logo for road department, staff, vehicles, and equipment. Richard Christensen, Roadmaster.
Welcome.
Good afternoon, Board. Yes, this logo, we can put it on the screen, is part of our team building exercises we've been going through for the last few years, and we actually dug up our old historic road department logo and we put it on the back of our recent safety shirts. And so the road department staff, they asked, well, can we just go back to that old logo and put it on our trucks and equipment? And so that's why I'm here, as part of the team building. And so the road department just looking for our support from the Board of Commissioners to allow the Curry County Road Department to go back to the old logo. It would cost $15 for door stickers, 2 stickers per vehicle. And we wouldn't just do all the vehicles that are in line to be auctioned off or sold next few years. We're not going to put stickers on them, but recently purchased one, and the newer vehicles that are coming in, we would put these door stickers on.
All right, any question?
No, I like it.
Operate.
Should we show the public? There it goes. It's got color.
And so...
We're not going to make any even slight modifications at this time.
The only thing where it says official use, it'll say road department.
Yeah, that makes sense.
That's the only difference.
Okay.
Other than that, it really represents who we are, and Mac Arch is on there as well. But the logging industry, ranching, rivers, fishing.
Wild horse.
Oh.
Oh, you're good.
Okay. So the road department would just like to see if the board would support us going back to our historic logo.
So move, Mr. Chair, unless you have other discussion.
No, I think I'm in favor. Does it need a motion or?
Yeah.
I think so.
Action item.
Okay, yes. Well, I'll second that motion. All in favor, say yes.
Yes.
Motion carries 2-0.
Thank you very much.
So just stay up there.
That's the only thing we're going to approve today, though.
Okay. Well, I have many more other items, but I'm going to bundle the last 5. This next item is in 2020, Curry County Road Department applied for 2 bridge grants, one to replace a bridge and one to repair a bridge. And there was only $8 million in that pool of money. Curry County, both of our applications were approved. One was approved 2 months ago for $2.1 million to replace Myrtle Creek Bridge. And now, just last week, we received this one for $772,000 to repair the deck and strengthen Edson Creek Bridge on Sixes River Road.
Good.
And it's a huge blessing. It's pretty unbelievable that Curry County received, basically a third of the funding available in the whole state, and that this is what planning does. The road department with the board doing master plans, raising our grant scores, interagency work, working with all our sister agencies, U.S. Forest Service, state, cities, counties. This is what this builds, and I'm real excited about this, and I had to sign this agreement or accept this by the 15th, and today's the 17th, so I just want to let you know that I sent a letter to the local bridge program, the state, accepting this award on behalf of Curry County last week. So, and so, maybe just a little bit, in the last 3 years, Curry County Road Department's received $9.3 million in bridge grants and road repair grants, and that $9.3 million of grants came at 10.27 cents on the dollar that our match. That's going to save $8.2 million in road reserves. So all this work we're doing with master plans, just in the last 2-3 years, we've had $9.3 million roll in for funding for master plans.
Well, I saw Chris Hunter from ODOT on there. I know you've worked really hard to build relationships with ODOT. And, I've really enjoyed working with him, and certainly Darren Naval, and wasn't surprised to see his name on there, but I know they support you, and they support Curry County, and they're just wonderful to work with.
When's that Edson Creek going to be happening?
Edson Creek.
Because
it's not going to be delivered for 5 years.
5 years. Because is it two-way traffic on Edson Creek right now?
It's one way. Well, it's two-way, but it's a one-lane closure. So there's barricades, stop sign ahead, stop sign.
Okay.
Watch for traffic, oncoming traffic on either side of the bridge.
Yeah.
So vehicles, log trucks, when they come to the bridge, they got to stop,
that oncoming traffic through, and then when they can see the stop sign
Yeah.
across the bridge, and then they can go.
Right, so we can still use log trucks across that?
Yes, but one of the problems has been that the heavy equipment they need to bring in with low boys, with the big giant excavators that actually grab and cut the tree down and lays them down. I forget what that equipment's called.
Feller buncher?
Feller bunchers. Those, they can't bring those across the bridge right now because of the bridge restrictions on the load. They're too heavy. So in 5 years, those restrictions will be gone.
Okay. All right, I'll look for a motion to...
Move that we approve item 6F, Road Department statewide transportation improvement grant for the bridge.
Second, all in favor say yes.
Yes.
Motion carries 2-0. Keep going.
And so do you want me to bundle these next 5 all together or go separately?
You can, I mean...
I'd say.
What do you think? JJ, is there a stipulation? Did we...
The only thing is the motion would be motion to approve GHIJ.
Okay, yeah.
That could all be one motion.
Okay. So just keep going, then we'll make a
Okay,
motion at the end.
Commissioner Boyce came to the
Me?
yard last week.
Oh, you need a mic?
And this here is our old asphalt oil tank. It's 65 years old. It's pretty much a hazard waste site. And we need to replace that. And that was on this year's budget because of cost, though. We're going to have to push that out till next year. And that's like a $120,000 project, we believe, to replace that. But until we replace that, we can't sell our old distributor truck, which you'll see in a future slide, which is worth like another $30,000. So once we replace that, we're going to sell an oil distributor truck. And so, but that's just to kind of show you our old equipment.
Oh, we got 2 of them on there.
Oh, you're just making it
Oh,
bigger.
I'm sorry, guys. We've got to go to this arrow.
Or the arrow in the middle of the picture?
There we go. These are our bottom dumps and a transfer trailer. The 3 bottom dumps, 2 are in this package, 2 of those are to be replaced. And and we're going to auction off 2. And we use these trailers for our chip seal project when we have to haul rock across the county, for when we have to haul asphalt, and when we grind roads. And so this equipment's real important to us. And this equipment here, we'll be replacing 2 of those. And one of them's 22 years old, the other's 23 years old. And we're in this saltwater environment, and one of them's broken down right now, and the other one's running rough with the hydraulic rams and the doors opening and closing. And so this is part of this agreement, and it's under Sourcewell as well. And it's part of this $1,029,000 package for 3 brand new trucks and 2 bottom dumps and 1 lowboy trailer.
So, Mr. Chair, if I may?
Yep.
When I was out there, I think you told me you're going to replace these 3 with 2.
Yeah, I did.
They'll have a total of 3.
I did say that. You are correct. But when I talked with my foreman about it, they said, Rich, you already downsized one, and we need all these. So 2 years ago, I auctioned one off.
Okay.
And didn't replace it when I was downsizing the fleet. And they asked me not to downsize this fleet anymore because it's part of our efficiency and effectiveness to haul rock across the county. And right now, I'm working with Western Federal Lands. I reached out to them that if they'll have us chip seal.
Pretty big contract.
Yeah, like a $1.5 million contract in 2024 to chip seal all the way from Lobster Creek, all the way through Agnes up to Agnes Pass, all the way to the county line. And so we're looking at taking that on in 2 years. We're just laying the groundwork for that, but this equipment is integral to getting that rock up there. And so what we're planning on doing in 2024, if this works, we won't do any chip seal for Curry County. and we'll
No,
save.
that'll be for Curry County.
Yeah, well, the thing is that we can't, because if we do this
Yeah.
project, it's going to take us 4 weeks. So that means we'll save $700,000 for not doing our chip, and we'll make $1.5 million for doing their chip. So this is the strategy, is saving, conserving road funds.
But you feel like you and your people feel like you have to have 4 trailers.
Yes.
And it looks like the carrying capacity of the new one is less yardage. Are they the same?
I believe they're the same.
Interesting.
Yeah.
Well, the one on the left isn't, that's
Higher?
a slam banger, right?
Yeah, that
fits inside of
it's a
another
transfer. It's a
yeah.
completely different type.
Okay.
He's just talking about the 3 yellow
Yeah.
belly dumps.
And all 3 of those are at least 20 years old.
Yes. One's 2000 or 1998, a 99, and a 2001.
So that, yeah, a couple 25 years old.
Yeah.
So did you have something else I
Nope.
talked through there?
No, I'm good.
This is our low boy. This is how we get all our heavy equipment, like our road graders, our chip spreader, across the county for doing big projects. And this piece of equipment was bought in 2000, the truck and the trailer. And the truck is in good condition. There's nothing wrong with it, other than it doesn't meet the new DEQ clean air requirements that were adopted last year. And we're going to have to meet those requirements by 2025. And so otherwise I won't be able to use this. So right now I could probably sell that truck. We're estimating we could easily sell that truck for $20,000. That's being very conservative. And we think we could sell that trailer for $10,000. And that's being conservative. But the trailer's been giving us some problems. And like you see, we just put new boards on the deck. Our chip spreader crashed through the deck when we were bringing it back from Agnes after we were done with that chip seal. But it's been having plenty of problems over the year where the shop has to weld new steel on it all the time.
By the way, I took all these photos, so don't be too impressed, okay?
All right.
So you can see the salt air, what it does. We're right on the ocean here. Now this truck, this is our brand new, this is what the new trucks will look like, Kenworth. So this one was just bought last year.
I just took that picture for good luck.
Yeah.
I don't like the logo, though.
We would put that new county logo on that one.
So that's a 2021 truck?
Yeah, when you look at the vehicles and you look on the doors, the very first 2 numbers are the year and of that vehicle. So that's a 2021.
And can you get 400,000 miles out of those? I meant to ask you that the other day.
I imagine, I don't know.
In 20 years?
I don't know. I don't really
foresee. They're diesels, so.
I don't foresee us really ever replacing this, to being honest with you. It's like we're going to take good care of it. And it's like on the low boy, that truck's 20 years old. It's still running strong.
I think that's the next picture. No, that's another one of the trailers.
That's that low boy that we're replacing, and the truck's on front of it. I think it might be the next picture, but that's the other truck we're going to replace. This truck here is, I want to say a 2023, but it's not the clean air. It's before clean air requirements.
Not a 2023.
You mean a 2003?
I mean, 2003.
Yeah, there you go.
Thank you. Anyway, so this vehicle.
03, yeah, it says right on the door, 03.
There you go. It says 2003. Thank you. You actually listened to what I said. And so
I didn't.
I didn't even look at the door. So anyways, yeah, so this vehicle doesn't meet the new clear air requirements put on by the state last year. So in 2005, I can't use this truck anymore. I got to get rid of it now while it's still running good. And we think we could get $30,000 for this truck. We sold another one just like it for $41,000 3 months ago. And we're thinking $30,000, but it could easily go for $40,000. And it's a good truck. There's nothing wrong with it other than in 2025, I'm not going to be able to use it. And so I need to replace it now while I can still get a good resale on it and get into the clean air requirements and then also have good equipment for doing interagency work. Because when I sign contracts to do an interagency agreement, we got to deliver. We can't make a science project out of it, and we can't have things breaking down. And so, that's part of our success and why we've been able to achieve our goals and save money. So, anyways, yeah. So this truck is a truck we're not going to be able to replace this year. This is our spray truck. It was in our budget, but because of the cost of equipment going up, this is going to be pushed out till next year. And but this is our spray truck, and it's also a 5-yard dump truck where it's a combination. But this one, we have to hold on to one more year, and provided that the budget committee approves next year, this vehicle will be replaced as well. So these are our 2 distributors. So the one here on your right, we want to auction off. We think we get $30,000. We might get more for it. And it's a good truck. We had it refurbished about 4 or 5 years ago. Well, right before I came here, so 5, 6 years ago. It's a good truck, but we have a brand new one right next to it. But we cannot get rid of the old truck until we get rid of the old 65-year-old oil storage tank, because we've changed from using cationic oils to anionic oils, from negative to positive. If you were to mix those 2 oils together, they would expand, and oil would just go shooting out of everything and foam, and it'd be a mess. And we went to anionic oils from cationic oils, and that's what improved our chip seal. We went to a low temperature oil, and our chip seal production went up. Our chip seal embedment of the rock increased, and our product is some of the best in the state because we changed oils. And so when we get rid of that 65-year-old storage tank, that truck goes on auction. But that won't be till next year.
I didn't know there was 2 different types of oils.
Yeah. Oh, there's a bunch. And
road oils.
Yeah, road oils. And this truck here, it looks brand new. Roadmaster Robbins purchased it, I believe, 6 years ago. We were just before I came here, 6, 7 years ago. And he bought it used, but it's also an 03, and it's a dirty air vehicle. And so...
Yeah, we're going to push back on that a little bit, though.
Yeah.
Rural counties in Oregon, maybe we won't have luck, but that's brutal.
So we're thinking we could auction this off $20,000-$30,000 as well, because it's a good runner. But like I said, so this is one of those Kenworth trucks that are in this package, and so this would be auctioned off as soon as the new truck is delivered. There's another thing going on with that truck too. Is it's starting to have some transmission issues, and that's expensive.
You'd have to take that to Medford to get it fixed, wouldn't you? If you wanted to put in a new transmission, or Eugene?
I'm not sure how that would happen. Yeah. Shop would take care of it, and they'd coordinate that. There might be a mechanic that comes here type thing.
All righty.
Well, and also, too, just talking about that tanker truck.
And this is a water truck.
The water truck, yeah. We've assisted interagency with forest fires in the past. The water trucks so it's safety, but also too is it's a big part of our chip seal program. We have to wash our rock, we have to wash down the roads, and it also is part of our summertime mowing program, because we have to have water on site as we're mowing. And when it gets extreme, we just shut down mowing. But when it's moderate, as long as we have the water truck, we could keep on mowing. And the other thing we use it for is it's going to be sitting right. It's going to be sitting right behind our new jet flush truck. So when we're at a remote location trying to jet rod a big storm drain, this truck will couple to the big jet rod truck and feed it 4,000 gallons of water. So that way we could be more efficient and effective in our storm drain maintenance program. And this truck is a big part of our program, and so that's why, one, it's starting to have transmission problems. Two, it doesn't meet the clear and air requirements, and I could sell it pretty good right now.
Okay.
I have just a couple quick questions.
Yep.
We're not going to have any other equipment to theoretically approve for at least a year.
For a year.
And that's part of your master plan.
Well, no. Well, there's actually 4 other pickup trucks. There are rock run trucks and a shop truck.
I'm talking outside of Roadmaster Christensen, outside of vehicles. I'm talking
The heavy equipment.
Yes.
This is the last heavy equipment. Once we get this done, there's no more heavy equipment.
For how long, roughly?
This fiscal year.
Okay, but the only thing I'm aware of right now for next year would be the 2003 Ford, the combination, the yellow one.
Yeah, the spray truck, and the
That
spray
one.
truck would be next year.
What else?
The 5,000 gallon oil tank would be next
Yeah.
year, and I can't remember. I think there's one other one.
Okay.
It's not coming off the top of my head right now.
But nothing for a year that you're aware of.
Yeah, it'd go through budget. What I'm talking about here would go through budget committee process. I can't buy it till the budget committee approves and the board approves, and then I bring it also back to you next summer for approval, like I'm doing now.
Okay. The other thing I have, I just want to revert back a little bit in the interest of a note that the $250,000 we approved for the investment in vehicles. There was a radio story that came out and said that somebody with fairly good credibility, at least I thought so, has no credibility now, but basically said that the only reason we did that, you probably should sit down on this in case you haven't heard. The only reason we did that is so we could make those vehicles available for county employees at a later date, at a discount.
Yeah, that's really bad. That's a bad
That's,
statement. We follow all county rules when we buy vehicles and we sell vehicles. When we sell the old vehicles, all these old vehicles, they go through public surplus. And people buy our equipment from across the country. In our 2 auctions, I think the last bottom dump sold to someone like in Georgia back in 2019. And so the thing is that, no, this protects the counties from any
liability or
just any perception of what that customer had said, that we're buying these and so we could give them to our staff. No, that does not happen.
Yeah.
And so this is very above board what we're doing, and we avoid any perception of doing anything wrong.
And in addition to that, the other 2 roadmasters with Doug Robbins and Dan Crumley, I mean, I know those 2 well. They wouldn't allow 1% of something like that, and neither would you. And so thank you for clarifying that. I just want the public to know that is completely, totally ridiculous. And again, thanks for your clarification.
Yeah.
I think that's all I have. But
okay, I'll entertain.
Well, just on that, I just got one thing to say, I guess. The road department manages and conserves road funds to the best of our ability, and we've always been well managed. And you can see that, we're still doing a lot of things to conserve road funds. And the reason why road funds ever exist and still exist is through the management of the road department. If it wasn't for the road department, we'd be in a world of mess right now. Mm-hmm. And so the thing is, the road department takes that very seriously, 30 years ago, and it takes it seriously today. And we look at these purchases, they're well planned out. And we conserved, I could give you a handful of items, $4.5 million of road reserves this year by doing the interagency agreements, the grants, by cutting back paving projects and chip seal projects. And I know this is a big request, but this is what allows us to bring revenue back into the road department to offset the costs going out. And so this is part of our master plan. This is something that we've been working on for 4.5 years, and it's really coming into play right now. In the last month, almost $2.9 million in grants, just in the last couple of months. And these master plans and this equipment, this interagency work, is going to extend the life of the road funds. It's not a detriment to the road funds. It's a benefit to the road funds. And I think it's real critical that we all understand that.
You know, this is, if I may?
Yeah.
The labor market's tough right now. And so we've got a lot of competition to keep our people. So naturally, maybe not a big part of having, just like for the sheriff's department, having decent rigs to drive. Our employees, you know, they don't have to look over their shoulder and worry about things breaking down. And they've dealt with that a lot. So, you know, I'm not saying that we want to spend unwisely. Of course we don't. And I think in this case we're not. But we want to put our very best foot forward. And that's been communicated by this board. And we've tried to walk the talk. And so, you know, this is a lot of money. There's no question about it. It's a ton of money. But I think 2 years ago I didn't have the confidence, didn't lack confidence in you. I just didn't know you well enough. And so now I do have that confidence. And so I'm going to trust you. And I think I do trust you. And so just as one commissioner, I'm saying, okay, this is a wise investment. And it's been proven. Your staff takes care of the equipment very well. That's gigantic and quite noticeable. So, you know, I'm a little reluctant, but I'm happy and confident to support these purchases, Mr. Chair.
Likewise, this is in your budget. We had 7 independent budget meetings this year. So I'll entertain a motion.
So move to approve the recommended purchases, discussion action items 6G through 6K. 5 of them there.
Second. All in favor say yes.
Yes.
Motion carries 2-0.
Thank you very much.
You bet. L is suicide awareness, and Julie, we're going to get done and do that workshop shortly. Suicide Awareness Court.
Just the month of September. We did this, I think we forgot last year, but we did it in 2019. And it's just a good public awareness. It's showing a little respect for our Suicide Awareness and Prevention Committee that works very hard for, you know, just the public notification. And my goodness, we have the 988 number now. We have, you saw citizen veteran, by the way, Gordon Clay, working today and testifying to this group and, you know, just trying to make a difference. And just very honored, Mr. Chair, to push for this support and let the public know that this is United States National Suicide Awareness and Prevention Month coming up September. And if you know anybody that has any kind of tendencies, do not hesitate to take it serious, because they may need that help.
Yep.
And it's getting to be more and more common. And we love our veterans, we love our kids, we love our seniors. And so, yeah, just happy. If you like, I can make a motion, or if you want to comment, Mr. Chair.
I'm in agreement. Do we need a motion to?
Yes.
Okay, so I'll move that we make September Suicide Awareness and Prevention Month.
Second, Mr. Chair.
All in favor say yes.
Yes.
I say yes, so motion carries 2-0.
September Suicide and Awareness Prevention Month, 2022. Thank you again.
October will be Bully Prevention Month, so.
Yes. And there's more awareness of this than ever. You know, this is something we all have to be educated on. Even 3 or 4 years ago, it didn't make a lot of sense to me. But there are people that if you dare to disagree, they're going to let you know, and you're going to be shouted down, you're going to be censored or canceled out, and they can control the debate that way. They can control your opinion that way. You see it more and more in our country. You see, I mean, there's spousal abuse, there is elder abuse, there is religious abuse, there is financial abuse, and so when you bully someone, there should be consequences. And so we're asking likewise, Mr. Chair, for this public awareness so that we can help our citizens and just be cognizant of what some people have to deal with, and certainly in schools. And that, you know, when kids get bullied, we know what the consequences can be. And, you know, here it says more than 160,000 children nationwide stay home from school to avoid being bullied. And it's just heartbreaking. It's just heartbreaking. So, proclamation, October is Bully Prevention Month. Would you like?
I'll make that motion.
Okay. And we have a resolution as this part of the proclamation, and so I'm very happy to second that motion, Mr. Chair.
All in favor say yes.
Yes.
I say yes. Motion carries 2-0. Next thing on the agenda is commissioner updates. I have nothing. Commissioner Pash has nothing. Court, that's you.
You know I'm going to have something.
Yep.
Hey, we already did the psychosilvin, right?
Yep.
And so we're done on that.
Yep.
Okay, let me get to my notes here.
Psychosilvin.
Psycho. I'm sorry. I
know.
I couldn't hold back the laugh on that.
Yeah, that's a good one.
I'll X out of this here. Okay, the Coquille tribe on the, where are my notes? On the Coos, I'll just go off the cuff here on the Coos.
While you speak to that real quick, I'll just be right back.
Okay, we'll just take a little break. I know you won't want to miss what I've got to say.
Go ahead. Sorry.
The Coquille tribe, the Fall Chinook Conservation Hatchery Program, that letter should be on the county website. I honestly don't know where it is, but happy to be able to contribute to that effort. I think Curry County is building a better relationship with the Coquille tribe and other tribes. Gee, I'm looking at the screen up here, and I'm the only one sitting at the bench here. But if you have questions on that, salmon recovery, this board has been very much involved in that. I've been to the Coal Rivers Fish Hatchery 3 times in Medford, between Medford and Crater Lake in the last 6 months. And another shout out to U.S. Senator Merkley, who has been very helpful, he and his staff. Earlier today I talked about, let's see, I'm going to X out of this. The housing study that we worked with, it's been a grant funded through Eco Northwest, and these people are just likewise super to work with, and they're about 2/3 of the way through the study. It's updated, and they're really working hard. They're putting out some terrific effort, and we're jointly with Coos County, and this report is also available and on the website, or will be on the website. So if anybody's interested, be sure and contact our office. I mentioned the full board support for law enforcement earlier today, so I'll pass up on that. Broadband funding, a statewide broadband. There are advisory teams out there, so I'm working with Coos Curry Electric and some other people. Coos Curry Douglas Business Development on putting together a Southwest Oregon broadband advisory team, so I'm very optimistic about that. There's a lot of funds out there, and Curry and Coos County just want to work hard to get their share. Coast Community Health, I don't know where that letter is, but I sent that off as well in support for competition that they're in. Very well managed. As you know, they take in southern Coos County and northern Curry County and have gone over into Brookings, and they're just doing a great job, and it's just really a pleasure to work with them. They just kind of had their grand opening of the new Port Orford facility last week. I'm going to bring back to the board on our AOC $25,000 out of ARP funds on the water thing. You saw what the issues are in Port Orford. Not that you didn't already know. That's one half of 1% of our budget. The board has turned me down, and I'm going to just try and twist your arm on that, and Commissioner Pash, and that's the planning we need to get everything in order so that we can successfully and vigorously compete for state and federal funds there. So yeah, I'm going to try one more time on that. No, I might try another dozen times, just depends. We talked about the Marine Board last meeting on noise, and so that's going to become a legislative fix. And when they had their meeting here, we were able to successfully caution them on don't make these boats soundproof because it's impossible. And yet the tour boats are a good example. They have their 3-engine boats tremendously well muffled, and so it's unobtrusive to other river users, and so I think that was a good thing. I think that is it, Mr. Chair. Yes, that's all.
All right, thank you. So
well, there is one more thing. The fire risk map has been pulled back. I was on a 2.5-hour meeting yesterday with a DLCD, and they're revisiting some of the mistakes they made, real or perceived mistakes. That's huge for rural Oregon. And on the wildland-urban interface, people, if you're having trouble with insurance or any of the issues due to the land use and all the aspects of this program, let us know. Because that's really important that we have input that is mindful of the rural counties, because it affects Curry County tremendously. Thank you again, Mr. Chair.
You bet. So we are going to call a recess to this regular meeting. We're going to go into executive session. Anthony, we got stuff right in executive session?
Yes, just a couple of quick things.
Just a couple quick things. So we have that little packet that Rabia bought. So maybe Julie, if you can check, make sure we're not putting our voices in the hallway.
So what draws you to the Oregon coast? What favorite places lure you back again and again? Each visit is different. The ocean, the sky, the light, and the experience.
Of Curry County. Anyway, sorry, it's been a long day. So I will entertain a motion to adjourn, and we're going to go to a workshop about family leave.
Mr. Chair, I move that we adjourn the Curry County Board of Commissioners meeting August 17th, 2022. Regular meeting, business meeting.
I second it. Meeting adjourned. We are now in